So
we
she'll
know
be here
that
by the
she's going to be
time we get
late,
there.
but I think we should get going. So are we live and recording?
Not yet.
We are live right now.
Yeah, there she is.
Are we recording?
How long have we been? No, what she just said umbrella.
We are. We're good recording.
That voice. That's true.
So we're good, Jerome?
Yeah.
Yes, we're good to go.
Ms. Ellinger, are we live and recording?
Yes, we are.
I hereby call the BRSSD regular boards meeting to order at 5:03 p.m. Ms. Ellinger, are there any public comments for closed session agenda items?
No, there are not.
Okay, seeing that there are no folks, public comments, the board will now convene to close session at also 5:03 p.m. and return at 6:15 p.m.
Just checking the webinar.
At least we are dry and recording.
Why does this hide video? All right, we are good.
Okay, it is now 6:17 PM. I convene the BRSSD board meeting at that time. Let's call this meeting to order. We'll start with our flag salute. Will everyone rise and face the flag.
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which is one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice.
Okay, I don't believe we have any announcements from closed. Is that correct?
No announcements.
Okay. On to item number 7, Board of Trustees report. We'll start with Mr. Leinbach this time.
Thank you. Something that's coming up at the end of April is the Celebrate the Music Festival, formerly known as Save the Music Festival. We have Save the Music, so now we're celebrating it. One thing I wanted to bring up is that, in addition to highlighting all our performing arts students, this year, the Celebrate the Music Festival is also looking at showcasing some of our other student activities, such as robotics or any other student clubs. So I encourage everyone to get out there to the festival and see what the kids are doing in school and showcasing their abilities. And another thing is that, especially for the new trustee members, one of my highlights of the festival is being able to introduce some of the kids when they come to perform. So I love getting up on the stage and, let me introduce, the recorder group or the middle school band or something. And that's really a highlight. So I encourage everyone to take some time and go out there to the festival and introduce the kids. One of the things that I also like doing is going to the brown bag meetings with the teachers. We talked about this last month. And again, this month, the one thing that I heard, and every site has their own highlights, and, they tell us the teachers are really share some great things. They're working really hard on the IB program at Nesbitt. There's new learning initiatives at one school or the other and multicultural festivals. And it's great hearing that thing. And there's also some areas of improvement, such as traffic needs to be improved around the site or drop-offs and pickups or the meal program or things. So we hear a lot of that, but it's good to get that feedback. But the common theme among all the sites that I went to is the extreme behavior. And I've heard that from every site I went to, and I know some of the other members were with me on those. And it's something I think we need to really pay close attention to. Coming out of the pandemic, hopefully it gets better, but we just don't know at this point. So just want to be cognizant of that and provide support where we can for our teachers and staff. That's it for my report.
A couple of things I'd like to share. One is I attended the parent kind of coffee chat recently for the special programs. And I want to commend Paulina and the special education team for putting together a really great kind of overview and presentation. There was about somewhere around 15 families, maybe 12 to 15 families. And I thought it was a very robust kind of discussion, a very, very energetic group who came with good questions and concerns. And it was also a good time to ask questions and answers. And I feel like that it was encouraging. I hope more of those kind of continue. I think as one parent shared with me after, it's they get to put faces to names that it might be on the IEP forms. And it was really, they were very excited to be able to come in person and really feel part of the community. And two of the takeaways from talking to parents afterwards and listening to the presentation was the fact that they want to be part of this community. As one parent said, he goes, we know that the district might not be able to offer all services. And he says he recognizes that, but they just want to know what other resources are out there. So to the extent that, opening doors, PTA curates into our own district as they curate resources, I think it's really letting them, it's their ability, they want to network with other individuals in the community, as well as just know what other resources are out there, whether the district can provide it or not. And I felt like that sense of community really coming through. The second one was just the spirit of volunteerism. And even though across the board, I think volunteerism tends to be down, these parents, this subset of the greater community really was energetic and really wanted to help in different ways. And so to the extent to tap into that and to let other and to kind of broadcast that need wherever that might be, either at school sites or on a district level, I think parents would be willing to do that. And so I was just very encouraging. It was a very positive energy, and I really commend the special education program team for putting this together. I hope that they continue to do this regularly, quarterly, whatever that is. The other thing I just wanted to say on a community spirit level as well, attended the Nesbitt Got Talent show. What a fun thing that is. My God, there's so much talent. It's really great to see from everybody, from the younger grades to the older grades. One kindergartner did a puppet show, and another a Rubik's Cube. TK, was it TK? Thank you, it was TK. So, I mean, it was really, really great. And so that was really great to see. I really commend everybody who put it together. PTA President Poole, Zoe Ellis, Angela Brady, and the rest of the volunteers, and as well as Principal Ryan and the leadership staff. So that was just a fun event to go to. And then finally, I would just like to commend and let everyone know that the Belmont Library is having a Belmont Poetry Contest this month, March 1st through the 31st. And those entries are eligible for anybody this month. There's an elementary school category, a middle school, a high school, and even an adult category to submit your poetry. And it can be anything from, something you've been working on for the year. It doesn't have to be like written during this 30-day period, but they're just encouraging every and anybody who wants to submit something to please do so. And they're going to select 4 winners in each category. And so it's just a fun way. And actually they were saying, when I was talking to one of the librarians, that the high school category gets a lot of entries, and it's typically a group that is not always so energetic for certain items that they are programming. And so this one they really love to participate in. So I really would encourage everybody to try to get an entry, and it's definitely a fun thing to do. So that's what I have.
Thank you. So since our last meeting, we talked about some celebrations, things going on that month. I work at a school and I'm a board member. So I've been just, most of my connections come from my professional world and just having daughters, and I do a decent amount of just diversity, equity, inclusion work. I spent a month of celebrations. We had a holy event. So if that's a thing for you, if you haven't experienced it, it's dope. That was awesome. I learned, I knew a little bit about it, but I got to truly experience Purim, which is a thing. I don't know if I can explain it well, but it's also awesome. You should actually teach your kids about it. It's really cool. My kids loved it. And Nowruz is coming up. My kids are going to jump over fire. What I'm saying doesn't make sense. Google it, but it's awesome. And it's also Women's History Month. Yay, women. That out there. My mom is one. I like her. Yeah. She's a delightful woman. She is. I've done and I'm doing some professional work in developing student leaders. So I'm going to a PD specifically about that. And one of the programs that we're going to grow from it locally is just about getting into schools, doing community service and kind of not like giving back, but almost like teaming up and partnering specifically with high schoolers. And I've made a few connections with other administrators in local high schools, which I think surround BRSSD. So I believe in the next year or so, there could be some benefit in specifically after-school programs, literacy, things like that. There's some students in different schools in the area working on some really cool stuff to try to make it sustainable, repeatable, lasting, rewarding. And so I'm looking forward to that and just the kind of general concept of community service. And lastly, we've been also in that same development working on restorative justice work and just what that feels like. What I'm currently working on is getting feedback from high schoolers of what worked for them in elementary levels and what would be good, they think, with current kind of conversations about behavior, mental health, things like that. So I have some students designing these, specifically a group of ninth graders working on what they wish they would have had in kind of fifth and sixth, and even elementary, starting middle. And those same students are also connecting with other schools to try to build a system that they can maybe share on their own. So looking forward to that as I get those.
Mr. Arthur?
Thank you. So just two things to highlight. I attended the 2x2 meeting with Sequoia Union High School District, along with President Howard and Superintendent DeGuara. And the idea of that is that a few times a year, the high school district and BRSSD, 2 trustees from the high school district and 2 trustees from our district get together along with our superintendents and talk about where we can align. So that includes curriculum, going from 8th grade to 9th grade, but it also includes very important things like start times. So Dan and the interim superintendent of Sequoia Union are going to be working on that. We'll hopefully have some information for you in a few months. But yes, everybody has experienced the Ralston and Alameda De Las Pulgas interchange in the morning. So hopefully we'll have some improvement there. The second thing I did was, along with Trustee Leinbach, I attended the San Mateo County School Board Association meeting that they had a couple of weeks ago, which was focused on equity. So that was great to connect with other people from other school districts about what they're doing for equity. And also the example district was actually Campbell district. So we should share that presentation with you if you're interested, President Howard.
So different since I was there.
Sorry. Anyway, and that was it. Thank you.
All right, thank you guys for those presentations. As for me, I'm always up to no good, but the things that I would highlight I was just at the strategic plan task force meeting this Wednesday, and was that yesterday? I guess that was yesterday. Yes. And it really is coming along, and I gotta say that we've gone from making sausage to actually having something that's starting to feel like a strategic plan and actionable items within I think reports that will actually be helpful and provide a framework for that strategic plan to build. And what's really great about this is just seeing all the different stakeholders jump in. We have teachers, we have parents, we have community members, we have public leaders from different organizations. We have cabinet members. It's really amazing to see all these different facets working together to build this vision and where we might take ourselves. And of course, the vision will generate more work that will come along. So I'm happy to see and report that is really kind of coalescing and becoming a more fully formed strategic plan as we go along. And over the next few weeks to months, I think that we'll see something that we can all be proud of. I also wanted to acknowledge that Holy is happening right around now. In Foster City at Leo Ryan Park has their annual Holy celebration, the Festival of Colors, which is quite fun. It'll be at Leo Ryan Park this Sunday. And we'll run from 11 to 3 o'clock, weather permitting, but as far as I remember, weather permitting wasn't really a thing. People keep going and have a soggy West festival of colors regardless. So that should be a lot of fun, and I know a lot of our local citizens attend that celebration. One thing to not forget is that daylight savings time is coming up this weekend. Springing forward is always my least favorite thing to do. I love to fall back unless I'm on call. It will be always a little bit of a rough Monday afterwards. So keep that in mind. And I also wanted to acknowledge and thank two different groups, both School Force and the Belmont Water Dog Run. School Force had a session this last Tuesday, a week ago, and we had some donors come by and have some time to speak with Rui and Dan, and thank you so much for taking time to have those discussions with people that are generous donors to School Force. It was really very informative, and I know a lot of people really enjoyed it, so thank you guys very much. And along those same lines, the Belmont Water Dog Run takes their time to also put out grants to benefit both cities and groups within the cities and local education agencies. And they're going to be having their grant distribution meeting this next week. So we should hear some news pretty quickly about grant money that will benefit both School Force and some of our local schools directly, some of our organizations directly. And that should happen in the next week or two, that we should see some announcements around that. So thank you so much to both those groups. They've done a great job for our communities, and will continue to do so in the future. Yeah.
You always steal my thunder by
Sorry.
the time it gets to the last piece. I'll actually take a moment to highlight. It was 2-3 weeks ago, we had a community roundtable in service of our strategic plan. But we invited all of those strategic thought partners that we have, City of Belmont, City of Redwood City, DTAC, Notre Dame, Redwood Shores Community Association, County Office of Ed, Stanford, Sequoia, all of those folks that we really rely on as partners. We brought them together in service of our strategic plan, but really to just build connection and build opportunity for us to talk about. The prompt was to share and discuss the 3 to 5 year big goals that each agency had. And it was pretty amazing that whether you were education or whether you were city or higher ed, we are all grappling with really similar challenges. We categorized them into five, surprisingly 5 buckets, but affordable housing around transit for the cities, that's a really big piece for us as it relates to a school district, being able to attract and retain high quality professionals. That really is a challenge. Each agency talked about supporting diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging as part of their long-term organizational goals. And we talked about programs and services. We talked about voices, ensuring that everybody is represented and heard. There was a concern over health and wellness citywide and within our education agencies. There was renewed excitement about collaborative partnerships, recognizing that we can't do it alone, but also recognizing that we don't always necessarily do a great job doing it together. So looking at ways that we can come together in the future. The last one was just everybody's really connected to trends in education, both state and local. Nancy McGee shared, county superintendent shared, really looking at an integrated 0 to 22 kind of system. And then we concluded with the question, does it make sense for us to continue to meet? And everybody, I said, I will commit to trying to bring us together and getting a date on the calendar and hosting, even bringing in some treats. But everybody has to commit to showing up at the table and sharing in the organization of each group. So really looking forward to that in the future. I will just go, I know trustee Bruno mentioned Women's History Month. I think it's important that we recognize both the influence of women today, as well as the hurdles that they had to overcome to get to where we are, but also acknowledge that there's still a ways to go, and not only with women, but other underrepresented groups as well.
Okay. I think that puts us on to, let's see, item number 9. Secretary is wishing to address the board. So the public has the right to address the board on any agenda item or non-agenda item within the jurisdiction of the board. To do so, please submit a speaker card to Ms. Ellinger, noting the agenda item if applicable. Non-agenda items we will hear now. Agenda related comments we will hear during that item's discussion. It is also optional, so if you have some time constraints, you can speak to a agenda item during this time. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. In fairness to all, we ask that everyone respect these time limits. If addressing the board on a non-agenda item, please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting or discussing such matters at this meeting, including responding. Ms. Ellinger, are there any requests for public comment?
Yes, so we have Stephanie McMaster, I'd like to speak on equity.
That's your spot.
That's my spot. Good evening. My name is Stephanie McMaster, and I have been the reading specialist at Nesbitt School for the past 18 years. I've had the pleasure of working with some of your children, and I've been fortunate to have been a part of Nesbitt's transformation into an incredible school with a cohesive staff that has dedicated its time and energy into creating a strong climate, a rigorous curriculum, and a place where the community feels welcomed and supported. As you are aware, Nesbitt School has 2 known barriers significant to achievement. We have the highest number of English language learners, as well as the highest number of low socioeconomic students in our district. With that being said, I'd like to address the board with regards to equity. Superintendent DeGuara, in your presentation tonight, you will mention making some adjustments to TK according to your demographer's report, considering enrollment consistencies, school proximity, and some required construction costs. While I understand the implications of this, expecting our neighborhood students to get their child across the freeway to the shores, or worse yet, up the hill to Fox or Cipriani, does not feel equitable. We want all our families to start their child's educational journey with ease and support. At Nesbitt, we are fortunate to have Elena, our school community liaison, who does an amazing job connecting and supporting our neediest families from the first day they arrive on campus. There is no Elena at our other schools because the district recognized the need and they supported it, and that is equity. Equity helps even the playing field so that everyone can thrive. Equity is the access to or allocation of resources according to need. Equity is also about actively adding resources and removing barriers to the marginalized. For example, having resources such as TK and removing barriers like transportation is key. Additionally, eliminating combination classes where there are extremely high numbers of children with special needs is equally as important. So as the district continues to have ongoing conversations around equity, I implore you to make thoughtful and strategic decisions based not on equality, but rather equity. The Nesbitt community deserves that. Thank you.
Ellinger, are there any other speakers for non-agenda items?
No, there are not. The rest are for agenda items.
All right, we will move on to agenda item number 10, approval of the agenda and consent agenda. Superintendent DeGuara, are there any requested modifications to the agenda or consent agenda?
I will just mention in one of the board policies
Something over there. If, with that modification in mind, is there a motion to approve the agenda and or consent agenda with the modification noted?
I move the board approves the agenda and consent agenda with the modification noted.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you very much. So moving on to item number 11, and I believe I can get this thing to work the right way. That is school spotlight on Central Elementary.
Sorry, are we having problems, technical problems with the camera there?
I went to sleep.
We want to give you the spotlight. We don't.
Yeah, Sam, I think you're the first person I've heard blow about a recorder introduction.
See, there's.
That was my first.
Is now off to the flag.
And you have the clicker to advance.
I do have the clicker. Do you mind putting
Right,
it?
which is so mode.
The
Can you do,
camera is facing the flag over there. What are we looking at?
there we go.
Let's see more Donovan and less flag.
Should just be able to hit arrow to go to the next one, right?
So make sure it's on the left side.
Power is key. There you go. All right, now we're cooking with gas. All right, new board members, wonderful to see you all. I have not met all of you before, but it is wonderful to see you. Welcome to BRSSD. My name is Chuck Donovan. I am the principal at Central Elementary School, and I'm thrilled to be able to be here tonight presenting to all of you. My originally scheduled date to be here was February 16th, 2023, but we had to reschedule because Central was a 2023 recipient of the California. And while I was very proud and honored to receive this award on behalf of Central, this award truly goes to our community and our amazing teaching staff, both of which are just absolutely top notch and none of which I would be able to do or be successful without them. So big kudos and thank you to my awesome teaching staff and my amazing community. So as I was looking back at where we were last year and thinking about, basically reopening schools, surviving a couple waves of coronavirus and thing. It was really, I was looking at, this is where I want to be going. And as I looked at those slides last year, it was kind of nice to say, we've actually started to get to some of these places. And that's really what I'm going to fill you in on tonight overall. But first, I'm going to start with some basics. So we are a community of about 444 students, 32 staff members, and one great parent kid. Just a great community feel at Central. It's my favorite part of getting to be the leader of this school site. Our mission and vision is that we strive daily to cultivate a community of responsible learners who feel empowered to direct their own learning, who are inspired to be curious, engaged with their community, and moved to show empathy and respect for others. We are committed to creating collaborative and innovative learning experience through which students develop critical thinking skills, achieve or surpass the Common Core standards, and develop lifelong learning habits and positive mindsets. And then we also have our Dolphin Way values. So this is our PBIS system. I'm going to be getting into a little bit more about PBIS and what it looks like at Central a little later on. Sorry, we swim in alphabet soup in education. I will try to remember to explain all of the acronyms to everyone. So PBIS is our positive behavior intervention system. And so our values at Central are we are respectful, we're responsible, and you can always count on us to be safe. And this is really how we teach explicit behavior expectations to the kids around these values. All right, so last time I was here, about a year ago this time, I said, this is where we want to be going. And so since the last time, I can proudly say we have done a lot of great things at Central. One of our big pushes, which I'll talk about momentarily, is the diversity, equity, and inclusion work that was really inspired by our trip to the Museum of Tolerance last June, as well as the social justice benchmark standards. As I just mentioned, PBIS, we were able to hold our first Dolphin Games, or our Winter Olympics of Positive Behavior Expectations. We have been more so aligning our social emotional curriculum with our PBIS and honoring and spotlighting classrooms that have been really acting within those themes or those values for the month. And we're also working on some school-wide incentives to get everybody rowing in the same direction. We have also continued to take positive steps forward with our social emotional learning. I'm excited to announce we are going to have our first parent community education night around our social emotional learning program at Central, as well as some, immediate tips that parents can bring home to work with their kiddos that night. We have been working on developing and strengthening our professional learning communities as grade level collaborators, as well as trying to calibrate how we rank and evaluate things. We have gone through a couple professional development sessions of GLAD training, which is really focused on EL instruction. But the great secret about EL instruction is it's great instruction for all students. And then with the pandemic, we didn't really have any extracurriculars except for chess club last year. And I'm proud to say we've been able to bring in a robust offering of different programs for the kids to be able to benefit in the afternoon. So that's kind of the things I'm going to be going over in the next 10 minutes or so. And so hope you enjoy the presentation. All right, so we went to the Museum of Tolerance in LA. There was a large group of us that went from BRSSD. And so from there, what I really wanted to bring to Central is that may Central be a mirror to the community we serve. And now in Central, we've always had these pockets where, for example, this student's mother wants to come in and share about Chuseok, for example, which is a Korean fall harvest festival. And so my idea, or what I wanted to really focus on, is let's bring these out of the lucky classrooms or classmates of that one student, and let's bring this in for the whole school. And so what we've been able to do this year with some amazing parent volunteers is set up a really nice presentation overall. And so what we've been able to do is there's been a few different components to these celebrations. One is that we've been able to have assemblies in terms of where students are learning about the significance of the cultural holiday, how it is observed, how it is celebrated. And then there's often been a craft that's gone along with it for the students as well. The other rationale for this is that we are moving into an ever more globalized and connected world, and our students need to have the cultural competencies to be able to switch and navigate that much more globalized and connected world. And so through our diversity, equity, and inclusion work so far this year, we had celebrations for Chuseok, which is the Korean fall harvest celebration. We had Diwali, the Festival of Lights, and then we just had a great Lunar New Year celebration just about a month and a half ago. So this is from our Chuseok celebration. So we had some folks come in traditional dress and do a presentation for the students. This is a picture from our Diwali celebration where they did Rangoli chalk drawings out on the blacktop. And then this is from Lunar New Year just recently. So this is another assembly picture for us overall. All right, so the next thing I want to highlight or talk about is what we've been doing on the PBIS front at Central. So again, PBIS is our positive behavior intervention system. So every year after the kiddos come back from winter break, I often talk about, or we talk about, how the kiddos need a booster shot of a refresher on behavior expectations. And so this year, instead of just let's go through the matrix and kind of the same things that we always do, we thought about what if we had students kind of do a competitive community building school-wide expectations Olympics. And so this year was the first pilot for it, but I gotta say it was pretty fun. It was community building and it worked out quite well. So what we were able to do, I'm jumping around. What we were able to do is we had our buddy classes sync up. And so we had about 4 different groups. We had K-5, grades 1 and 4, and then we had the 2nd and 3rd graders that were all buddied up. And they competed, they competed in various in various activities around campus. They solve difficult scenarios like what does one do if somebody loses a tooth mid-meal at lunchtime? How do we properly walk in line from one part of campus to the other? How do we properly pick up recess equipment and things like that? So again, we're always going to do these things, but we wanted to have it be fun and kind of like a full school community building activity. And so this January was the pilot. And so we've got our Winter Olympics down, and we are really excited for the Summer Dolphin Games, which will likely take place in August 23, probably that first Friday, the first week of school. So we can once again implement these in a fun, enjoyable community building sort of way. And so those were the Dolphin Games, and big thanks and shout out to Laura Better, Carrie Schroeder, Janet Mastelier, and Sheridan Reyes, who really did a lot of heavy lifting to make this dream a reality. So huge shout out and kudos to them. This is the introduction, complete with Olympic entry music and torch lighting ceremony. There it is. Some technical difficulties, but it was great fun, and it was a great way to meet the objective in a slightly different way than we've done in the past. One of the other things that we've tried to do this year is that through our social emotional learning, there are different themes of the month. And so we've tried to align the social emotional learning themes with things that we're doing in PBIS. So February was kindness month. How do we show kindness? What are some different activities that we can do to show kindness? One of the products of that is that we spotlight a few different classrooms each month that have really acted out and embodied those values. And so this is a picture of Miss Azaparty's class, who is spotlighted for kindness during February. So just some of the things that are going on at Central. Social emotional learning. So we have the amazing Miss Kim. Every site should have a Miss Kim 5 days a week. Thank you, school force. Anyways, so this is our second year with Miss Kim, and her classroom lessons, small groups, one-on-one sessions, and different skills that she's working on. She's just absolutely amazing. As I said at the beginning, I am excited for us to have our first community education night. And what we're going to be doing is an overview of the curriculum and some strategies to take home. And so that has directly come from our school site council, as well as parent feedback that we've gotten, where, hey, we get what to do with math and how to support math at home all the time. How about some of this wonderful social emotional learning that's going on? That would actually help us keep the peace a little bit better at home. That's a direct quote. So with that being said, we really wanted to try to do more to partner with our community to be able to have similar language, similar verbiage about this is what we call this kind of issue. These are some strategies that we're working with the students on to work on those things. So again, huge shout out and thank you to School Force, because they make that social emotional learning possible through Ms. Kim. So thank you. And then the other part of this is helping develop teacher capacity within these social emotional learning skills. We all post-pandemic need robust toolboxes with these things, and we are making good progress and steps in the right direction in terms of doing that. All right. So some of the other things that we've been working on are, I am very privileged at Central in terms of having a great teaching staff who already has a lot of good grade level practices. They work well collaboratively. And so one of the things that I wanted to do was focusing on, one, developing our systematic mechanisms for data review with them in terms of how we set up our grade level time and how we look at these things, as well as try to calibrate how we evaluate some of those more subjective things, right? Behavior can be a little bit subjective. So that is something that we are currently working on, trying to calibrate how we rank it, how we evaluate behavior, so we can have equitable, balanced classes as we move forward and place students. In the fall, what this looked like was really utilizing youth truth data to reflect on the overarching question: how do we talk to kids? Really just thinking about how are we being mindful? When a kid has a question, are we giving them space to be able to ask that question appropriately? Or are we kind of snapping because they didn't hear it the first 3 times we went over the corrections, right? So those are just a couple examples of what we're working on, and we're going to be completing one of our inquiry cycles this spring and hoping to build a strong foundation of that. So next year we can complete more in the neighborhood of 3-4 inquiry cycles. Last year, it kind of came out of conversations in the spring and recognizing where some of our needs were. And as we looked at it, the pandemic has just kind of created the Swiss cheese effect overall. And this kid's handwriting doesn't really have the stamina to make it through the day. And this kid's really struggling with spelling. There's just a lot of varied kind of gaps in student ability overall that we've seen from the pandemic. And so from my perspective, it's all about instruction. It's all about good first tier instruction. And so how does this connect to English language learner practices is that one of the great secrets that many of us know is that great EL instructional practices are great instructional practices for all students. And so this has really been a movement about developing strategies, expanding our toolboxes, and getting back to great tier 1 instruction. Now at Central, we've got a high achieving student population. And so that means we've been able to set certain things at like a pretty excellent pace. But with this, we really need to get back to great tier 1 instruction. And then once everybody has that foundation, then we can go from there. But this was really about trying to get back to that and refocusing on that great initial instruction. Last thing I want to talk about is the enrichment programs that we've been able to bring at Central. And so at first I talked about our awesome community, and this is a great example of it. Last spring, I had a meeting with Laura Stromberg, and I was like, you know, it would be great at Central, all of these things. Poof, lo and behold, in the fall, all of these things have appeared. And that's a huge thanks to Laura Stromberg, who is a great community member. We've been able to add like a Legos engineering club, chess, coding, Spanish, soccer, and just a bunch of different things to give students different outlets after the school hours to be able to participate and experience some of these enrichment activities. That's all I've got for tonight. Thank you very much for listening, and happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. Mr. Costa, do you have any questions?
How do you kind of determine in terms of the culture, right? I think those are great to kind of bring it outside of the classroom. How do you kind of, obviously there's a lot more kind of like cultures that are there that the kids are celebrating and acknowledging. So how did you come to pick these 3? And do you have plans to kind of, you know, add on like Jewish culture, for example, and on other things where it maybe wasn't on this first glance, but certainly are well represented within the students?
Yeah, and that's a great question. And so, right, this is our first year where we piloted it, and we've definitely gotten some lessons learned. I think if you look at a calendar, you could do this all year long and never address any other standards. And so that's been a lesson about how do we kind of like tighten it up a little bit, as well as you know, we wanted it to be driven by parent volunteers. So putting it out there, but also not making anyone feel like they had to do the big school assembly if they didn't want to do that. So we did have some presentations on Hanukkah, as well as we did have a Russian Orthodox presentation as well. And so those were more classroom presentations, but that is an area. And so I think we might shift the structure a little bit, where we might do one in the fall and one in the spring and have it be more of a science fair type of thing. But there's you know, it hasn't been perfect, but I think we've gotten a lot of good things out there, and we've got the blueprint. And so next year we're going to be kind of like debriefing and looking at how are we making sure that we are the mirror for all of the cultures that we've served. But it's really been parent driven, based on parent volunteers. And so as certain groups have had maybe more volunteers to do that, it's been easier to get that heavier lift off the ground. Whereas we've had other activities, they've just been smaller scale in individual classrooms, or you know, done on that. Like our learning center teacher, Sarah Nella, she presented on Hanukkah. And so we had all of the students that went through, but that was more of a small group presentation.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. You're in the right direction. I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you open it up to the rest of you guys?
You talk about the alphabet, like all the letters.
Sorry.
That's right. It's right. The EISEL, GLAD. How often do you actually like learn stuff? Like how often is professional development?
So we had professional development in September, and then we did another one in January. And then, you know, people as they want to sign up for things are able to do that. And so this year we had 2 large days for it, but you know, it's something to build in more so. Overall, I think there's been a little bit of gauging I've got a pretty veteran staff, and that's kind of been, trying to make sure that the PD that I'm providing is like responsive to where they're at and their needs. And so that's been, this was the angle this year. One thing we're going to be doing is having a teacher-led professional development committee that's driving that ship a little bit more to make sure that we are responsive to the needs overall. But
And when I saw PLCs, that's something else. What is that?
so PLCs are our professional learning communities. And essentially what that means is we are providing a systematic process for data review.
Yeah. And they meet, is that something that produces, is that on top of professional development? Are they producing out? Does that give you anything you gain from that?
Oh, definitely. One, right. I'm blessed with a very veteran teacher staff. So in terms of like, we've got a lot of great knowledge in-house, and that's why I have taken an angle of building in more grade level collaboration time, as well as, trying to put some structures around it, like the 4 essential PLC questions. Yeah.
Thank you.
You got it.
Yeah, I'll ask a question. Yeah, as I mentioned in my talk earlier on about, seeing the extreme behaviors and hearing a lot of examples of that. And I like what you said about, your PBIS kind of focusing on some of these things. So maybe if you could tell me a little bit more about some of the things you're doing to, when you spot these extreme behaviors, or, how you're addressing them. And also, is there more that you think the district can do to help you and your staff address these things?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I'm going to kind of like take a big picture approach to try to answer it. I mean, as I think about it and where we're really seeing it, if you think about kiddos and the necessity of routine and structure, a lot of that staircase of readiness to be ready for kindergarten, first grade, what have you, that staircase is non-existent, and it has been non-existent in some ways for the last couple of years. And what I didn't totally realize until this year was, even if you did go to preschool last year, you could have closed down for 2 weeks at a clip at 3 different times, depending on your coronavirus rates, right? And so, you've got certain kiddos who are entering kiddo, and their sort of kindergarten ready skills didn't have a year or two of preschool and daycare in there. They've been at home. And so where we're seeing the challenges is really like, how do I be one of 25? How do I solve with my words? And how do I regulate my own emotions to be able to settle those conflicts with words? And so you asked, how do we kind of address those things? And it's really about explicit upfront teaching of behavior expectations, making sure everybody's clear, everybody's on the same page. We use the various sort of pillars of central. So that's our, the PBIS systems, as well as the social emotional learning. And really, my belief in philosophy and education is we meet kids where they're at. And so, you provide that explicit instruction and you provide those explicit expectations teaching right off the bat. And then if certain students are really struggling to meet that, you might have to alter the playing field a little bit. Okay, well, if all 10 of these expectations are too much, I really just want you to master these 3 for the next few weeks. And then we're going to add a couple more on top of that. But we really need to get back to basics, back to, basic skills with a lot of these things about how do I function in this environment. Bless you. In terms of what can the district do? I mean, I think we're answering a lot of it at these strategic planning sessions, but if you can magically create more affordable housing, or create paraeducators out of thin air, that would be amazing. And I don't mean to be flippant, but at the same time, these are very real issues that we are all facing in school districts all across this area. And so, our needs are personnel, and those are really the critical needs. And that's, what I think that's what could be done. But, we can put positions for personnel all we want. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to get filled. So this is the challenge of the area we've chosen to live in.
Thanks for presenting, and thank you for addressing all this, and your staff. I know they're really working hard.
Yeah, incredibly hard. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was really impressed with the Dolphin games in particular. I love that it's going to be a twice annual occurrence.
Summer and Winter Olympics.
That's great.
Every 4 years.
Back to the alphabet soup.
Yeah.
GLAD training. What is GLAD?
Guided language acquisition development. So it's really focused on teaching EL students, but as I said, it's like, this benefits all students because it's great initial tier 1 instruction.
Great. Thank you very much.
You got it. Thank you all for listening.
Yeah, I'm asking questions. Also.
Go
Sorry, Jim. I'll just give you a go Dolphins and let's go Central Dolphins.
Chuck, I want to say thank you. I'm obviously connected to work that's happening at Central. You're doing a great job, your staff, your community. But I just want to comment on your enthusiasm. I really appreciate the enthusiasm you're bringing.
Thank you.
And it showed this. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. All right. You all have a good evening. Stay safe out there.
Thank you.
Yes,
Moving on to item number 12. This is the information item, facilities update by Ms. Bounce. Last one.
Okay, so wanted to provide a two-pronged facilities update today. So you see the slide a lot, obviously, always grounding in the fact that when we talk about our facilities projects, there's three strands. There's our TK work, so preparing for universal TK by the 2025 school year, 25-26. Maintenance, which is kind of ongoing, and then also energy efficiency. So tonight you'll be receiving an update on both TK and energy efficiency. Starting off with TK. So again, our goal here is that we are fully ready for universal TK by fall of 2025. So where we are in the process, again, we have already issued our bond. We've finalized our enrollment projections. We have issued our RFQ, our request for qualifications, and I'll give a brief update on that. We are currently working on developing our RFP, as well as finalizing our facilities needs with our criteria architects. And then going into the spring, what we'll be doing is from the RFP vetting and selecting our GC and architect, so that we can start planning and finalizing our scope this summer. So context and constraints. So our work done to date, one, we've conducted our demographic study to understand our enrollment projections. We have our enrollment modeling scenarios through 27-28 to understand our capacity based on those. And you'll be getting a deeper update on that at the enrollment update later tonight. We have secured our financing. We're ensuring that we understand both the constraints of Ed Code itself, as well as the physical constraints of our own facilities. So as we're moving forward into this, a couple of key considerations. So coming out of this demographic report, we know that we have declining birth rates, a trend that started pre-pandemic. And what this means is that district-wide, we are going from kindergarten cohorts of about 450 or 18 classes to about 340 or 14 classrooms. Tactically, what this means is that while we have historically had cohorts of 3 classes at all of our elementary schools, we will now only have 3 cohorts at 2 of our elementary schools and 2 strands at the remaining ones. The second thing that we learned is that population growth is concentrated in the center of the district. And then we know from a space perspective, it's sort of impractical to continue to build out at Central and Cipriani. So as we think about where students would go. So constraints, we have $9.8 million in bond financing for the project. So if we go under, there are sort of modernization, deferred maintenance projects, pipes in Ralston that we can spend that on. And if it goes over, it comes out of our general fund. And the other thing to consider is that classrooms used for grades 1 through 5 do need some retrofitting in order to house TK and K. So there are certain requirements and considerations there. So our progress since the February facilities update. And again, we'll kind of go into more of these details in terms of between now and 2025, what this means. But where we are right now on a construction standpoint is we've received 2 statement of qualifications in response to our RFQ. They were received from Block Construction and Leonakis. So Block as the general contractor and Leonakis as the architect, and Excel Construction and ADIS. So we held interviews. Sorry, this says to be held because at the time of publication, it was in the future, but now it's in the past tense. We have now held interviews with both. And we are finalizing our scoring. So as part of the RFQ, we already published our criteria. So we're finalizing the scoring based off of both our submission and the interviews, and expect the short list of firms invited to submit a proposal to be announced this Monday. Then submission of application for TK facilities funding. We did submit a funding application. We don't anticipate hearing back until fall of 2023. And just to be realistic, everybody that we have talked to who has been through this process, who understands, including, someone who has worked at SAB, has told us not to anticipate receiving funding, just due to the way that they're allocating. And then finally, we are continuing to refine the details of our RFP based off of works with our criteria architect. So we're hoping to issue that on Monday, if not Monday, sometime next week. So next steps. So in March, our key tasks are to issue our invitations and submit our RFP. Then late March through May, it will be going through the RFP process. So including a job walk so that those who are interested in submitting a proposal can actually become familiar with our sites, interviews, evaluating the proposals, and finally a selection or award of contract, which would come in front of the board as an action item. We have a tentative timeline, but again, as we work with our construction council and our criteria architects to refine that. So in May or June, at either the May or June board meeting, we anticipate awarding that and then negotiating and approving that contract once it's awarded, and then beginning that process, the design process in summer of 2023. And with that, we'll go for an update on the energy efficiency project. So I will invite to the podium our team from ENGIE, who we've been working with over the past year.
I feel like I got really lucky with timing. This is the highway exit. Now we're 5 minutes late, so good timing. So good evening, honorable members of the board. Great to see new faces. Superintendent Degura, CBO Bao. It's great to be here again. My name is Louise Blavet. I work with ENGIE. This is Logan. He's our project manager for Logan, and that project manager for ENGIE, and I'm a program manager. And so we're excited to give a little bit of an update tonight on where the status of the solar project stands as of today. I guess this is the clicker for us. There we go.
Is it on?
Yeah. There you go. Perfect. So a couple of things. We'll start off by giving a little bit of the project background. For I guess 2 of the board members, it'll be sort of a recap of the new, just bring you on board on some of the history behind this project and how it came to be. This project scope, so where the solar arrays are located, as well as the lighting measures that I include in it, some of the overall benefits of the energy efficiency program, the timeline to date, and how the construction will proceed in the months to come. Potential key risk factors as we get into the construction of this project. And then we'll go into the layouts themselves. So here's a sequence of how the project came to be, starting with the initiation of an RFP process in the fall of 2021 that the district ran. ENGIE was selected and interviewed, and the board at the time in January or in February, now I'm mixing the 2 dates up, approved ENGIE's selection to develop an energy conservation project for the school district. And so majority of our work last year was to audit all of the sites and to come up with energy efficiency measures to help reduce the district's utility bill across all of the major sites. We worked hand in hand with CBO Bao and her staff to identify what measures will make sense, what solar locations would be preferred, what were realistic, sort of given the constraints that we also have in the construction world with solar, and then proceeded to walk subcontractors to get competitive pricing for all materials and labor. And then towards the fall, we worked with the district to secure funding for that project. And then the board approved the energy services contract with ENGIE last December, as well as last November, as well as the financing of the contract with Bank of America. So I don't know if you would add anything else to that.
Yeah.
Some of the goals that were identified throughout our development process was, there are a couple here listed. The main one was to drastically reduce the district's utility expenditures, as I mentioned, and overall carbon footprint. There was a little bit of a timing urgency last fall as well, because we were working quickly to put the school district and secure more favorable solar rates. The CPUC, as you may have heard, is changing the rate structure, and so we want to make sure we captured that for the district in order to provide better project economics overall. So we were glad to be able to support the district to do that. And then last program item goal was we wanted to seek an opportunity to help leverage this project as a learning opportunity for students and really engage them in the topics related to STEM, since we are an energy and sustainability company. That's what we live and breathe every day. And so there are neat opportunities to bring in learning and real world data activities to students in that way. And I'll touch upon a couple of examples what we've done with that so far to date. So here's a summary of the scope in question. These are the list of your school sites along with their annual energy usage and what measures we include in the projects. We're doing interior and exterior LED lighting retrofits at all sites, solar canopies at these 4 sites, and then the STEM education piece is what I alluded to earlier as well. I'll touch briefly on this. Right now, we have a team of educators, and what they do is work directly with staff to find programs and curricula or enrichment activities for students. We're still defining exactly what that looks like right now, or we've been going in different directions. The latest thing that we did was to support the science fair at Nesbitt a few weeks ago. I don't know if you participated in that, Logan, or we had a couple of our NG folks be the judges on that panel and help support. So that was a great way to sort of be involved in that respect. And so we're looking at other avenues as well to support. And so as a result of the project, overall, there's a lot of things that we're accomplishing with this project, that the district is accomplishing with this project. As I mentioned, the district is acting on Solar Now, which is securing the favorable solar rates from PG&E. We're expecting about a 72% reduction in energy use across all sites, and that's combining not only the solar savings, but also the great efficiencies that you'll get from changing out your lighting to LED. The district will also be benefiting from the Inflation Reduction Act. So that is a federal act that was enacted last fall by the Biden administration, the largest clean energy act in human history. And that will, they are still coming out, the IRS is still coming out with the guidelines on how that repayment structure will look like. But that will likely give you 30%, basically a direct pay back to the cost, how much you paid for the cost of solar back to the district to help with the overall cost of the project. And then beyond the project economics, there's obviously benefits from the carport canopies, shade structures for parking lots, shading for students in the play areas that we are installing them. And so with that, I think the timeline, you were going to touch upon this? Okay.
All right, so so since the contract was executed in November, we got right to work. One thing Rui asked us to do is to do a mini LED exterior lighting upgrade over the winter break. We were able to pretty quickly mobilize and order product, which is still sometimes difficult with supply chains and stuff like that these days, but we were able to get the product and install about 20 fixtures at Ralston and help improve the overnight or the dark areas.
And the context there was that the request, as it was getting darker earlier, we had a couple exterior lights, and I called NG and I said, I know we're about to replace it this summer. It feels silly for me to replace it, to have it replaced later. And so very grateful for them to really scramble and be really responsive to that very quickly.
It's good to get that done. So continuing on just the lighting side of the project, we did our lighting site walks, and we're currently going through our final lighting site walk so we can really dial in exactly what the quantity of equipment we need. And we'll be finishing up specification packages this month and starting to procure the material in April for it's about an 8-week lead time for material to come with an installation. Basically through the whole summer. It takes about a week to do an elementary school. It'll take 2 weeks to do Ralston. There's a couple of the smaller sites that they can get done consolidated too. So basically by the end of the summer, the entire lighting project will be done. All spaces will have LEDs. Even like this space they're essentially going to swap out the tubes with
Replace the burnt out.
There should be a major change in the way it looks. It's gonna, provide a really high quality light. We're not removing fixtures, we're just replacing the lamps. And that leads to a pretty good value for the energy savings. If you want to replace a fixture, there's definitely a higher cost to that. And so we went for that, so a lower value option there. On the solar side, we started in January with utility locating at the 4 solar sites. And we did some soils testing where we went out and drilled into the soil to figure out what was going on with the soils. We're getting the subcontractors to finish up their reports on those, and we'll be submitting to the California Geological Survey to basically have them approve the seismic conditions and the soils conditions, which allow us to build structural part of the canopy arrays. We're also in development of the drawing package, which is electrical, structural, all the access drawings. And then by April, or probably the first couple of weeks of April, we'll be submitting those to the DSA to do over-the-counter permits for the canopies. Towards going into April, or in April and going into May, we'll be procuring the materials. The structural subcontractor will be running their steel runs, building their steel structures with a goal of mobilizing when school ends in June and starting, most of the construction, the heavy impacts construction in July. There is, some pretty substantial work that needs to happen to dig out the piers and get all that installed. So it's there will be some impacts on the sites.
I will interject that one of the reasons we were excited to work with NG is because of the combination of their experience working with schools and their experience, navigating DSA and all the regulations that schools have to deal with when we do construction. And so even in the work that's been done so far, they've been great about making sure to be going out during February, just really scheduling around our school time, around our breaks in a way that is just very minimally disruptive. I think probably, a average person at one of our sites may not even know that they've been there digging into our soils necessarily. And so just wanted to kind of but while keeping in mind important things like going over the counter at DSA and understanding the regulatory side of things too. And so just really wanted to shout them out for really understanding how to do this in a way that's minimally disruptive to our instructional program.
Yeah, thanks for calling that out. That was one of my concerns at the beginning too. It's don't want to disrupt the student education. So appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Once the structure's in the ground, the modules are mounted, and then the electricians come out and run all their conduits, connect the inverters and connect all the modules up, and start commissioning the system. And once it's ready to go, we have a shutdown, electrical shutdown, and connect to the utility. And so we're planning for that to happen between September and October sometime.
That's kind of on hinging on PG&E's timeline.
That's hinge on PG&E's timeline, which is
that's when the solar gets turned on essentially, and sometimes depending on how PG I don't want to say how they're feeling that day, but it is scheduled, but we don't call them a lot, but.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say
There's something new.
You can try to apply pressure, but they're also, they don't, they've got their timeline and they're,
Yes.
they're going by what they can do, so.
Next slide.
Yeah, next slide. All right, so there are, we just wanted to highlight a couple of risk factors we've kind of tracking. One of them is at Fox and Ralston. This is slightly outdated, but we do have a little bit more updated information, but we were anticipating that we might have to go through full review, just dependent on the soils conditions at the site. So we're navigating around that, trying to see if there's other options, because if we have to go through a full review at DSA, it takes a lot longer. It pushes the schedule way out. There could be cost considerations if they want to come back and request additional structure or additional improvements to the drawings. So we are tracking that, and we are in communication with Rui to make her aware of what's going on and make sure that we're all on the same page. The other risk is, as we mentioned, PG&E. They're currently in the process of doing reviews of the electrical capacity for the area to add the additional load, and they takes them about a month each time they need to do a review, and then they give you the results, and then they say we need to do another review. So that's currently where we are with a couple sites, and we just have to make sure that every time they come to us with something, we respond pretty much immediately so that they can start their next thing. And you just have to stay the course and keep going pretty strongly. So wanted to review the layouts at these sites quickly. There's a legend here. The blue shows where the array is. There's a yellow E that shows where the electric meter is. That's where we connect, and that's where the power gets transferred back to PG&E or is used on site. And then there's a boring path that shows generally how we're going to connect the meter to the array. At Central, it's towards the back of the campus on the playground. This will offer shade on the playground in addition to some other shade structures that are on the playground. So we're not going to touch those at all, but they will be kind of additional shade there.
Or protection from the rain.
Yeah, they're not waterproof, but somewhat protection. Yeah, you won't get drenched. Yeah. This is Cipriani. This is as we call it, it's the easiest site. It's got the newest switchgear. It's got the direct path. It's not a long path. It's not in the parking lot. It is in the place of the current shade structures, so those will be removed, and it'll provide plenty of shade for students to play under or have lunch under. It's actually, I think the actual area is bigger than current shade structure. At Fox Elementary, this is where we have it currently proposed. It is in the middle of the parking lot. When you are in parking lots, you have to provide ADA spots underneath the shade for equity. So that is a consideration at this site. It's kind of a slopey site. It's kind of, it's kind of got some funky layouts. So, this is the one that can kind of keeps me up at night sometimes when I'm thinking, how's the ADA going to fit there? Or, how are we going to get the boring path down through that hallway where there's a lot going on through there. There's a lot of utilities that we found, but that's for the electricians to decide. So that's where the array is proposed at Fox. And then Ralston is located along the bus lane at Ralston and over the existing ADA spots. So we don't have to add any additional ones. We are just starting to have communication with Samtrans about coordinating construction over this area. And it's not, unfortunately, not going to provide shade to the cars there because we had it along the street before. But when we got the actual drawings, we saw that the columns come way into the parking stalls and would have eliminated probably about a third of the parking stalls. So we proposed this other option as someplace that would not making that much of an impact. And that's it. So any questions from you? Mr. Bruno, I think it's your turn to lead off.
No, I'm curious. I don't have a lot. So the locations you picked, like and I look at Ralston, I mean, I'm assuming this is basic, right? There's buses and things like that, right? But like whole area in the back, like there's actually parking right where the electricity is. The reason, like just the sun not bright enough right there?
There's a bunch of variety of factors. For Ralston in particular, we were looking for an area where we could fit all of the arrays. The rest of the site, it's a pretty impacted campus. We want the arrays to face south for the most part, and we want them to sort of all be in the same area.
We considered at the time there were multiple in the very early stages. Andy sort of provided us all the ways in which different sites could work. And like Logan was mentioning, it's a combination of how much electricity or how much solar energy we want to capture, right? So one big patch, where the trees are, all this stuff. So
yeah, and I will say we did size all of the arrays to match the production or the energy use of the campus. So when we did our energy analysis, we figured out you have this much energy use, and we're going to size the arrays to be pretty much at the size or at the production of your campuses. Especially for campuses that are going to get TK, there's going to be additional energy use. So we don't think you'll be overproducing electricity. You want to just match pretty much exactly.
Gotcha. And I know you've done all these before, so I'm trying not to repeat questions. And I've seen a few of the presentations, but you're not doing all of the campuses, and that's just cost.
Yeah, cost. It was constructability challenge, and when you can build anything for a price. So when it came down to it, the soils at the other sites are not great. They're built on.
The Bay Mud is on, I think those two sites were, so Redwood Shores and Sandpiper are located in Bay Mud, so the canopies wouldn't be an option. And then when we considered rooftop, we ultimately realized that the rooftops wouldn't meet the seismic construction requirements to go through DSA. So those were why those two sites are removed. And I believe the district office was removed earlier in the phase in development because of cost economics.
the overall mandate was to have this be a cost neutral project.
Yeah, we have some soil issues in the district here.
Yes, half the soil district, so that makes it prohibitively expensive. That's all.
Gotcha. And nothing on the boring pads has to be like moved. Like I saw one go through a basketball court, but you just gotta paint those lines back.
So we're going to go underground.
It goes under, yeah.
It's
You
underground.
won't touch anything.
We won't be touching any of the
ball wall.
That's it. And if we do, well, we paint it. We're sorry.
I want to thank you for the boring and electrifying.
No.
Figure that. But I had a question. I want to go back to the bidding process. If I could. I know we issued 2 RFPs, right?
Yes.
Used. And you said we're going to create a short list. Well, it doesn't get much shorter than that. Is it too soon? We haven't done our grading yet, so we don't know who we're asking yet, or
Yeah, it's so the purpose of the RFQ is to just make sure they're qualified, and we anticipate that they'll be, I mean, we're gonna fully go through the process, but they are, both design build entities that have worked in multiple K-12 institutions. They have shown a demonstrated history of experience of both modernization and new construction. Should we decide to go there, so they're very much qualified entities. Yeah.
Okay, good. I wouldn't want to have this as a non-competitive process. So it's good to know.
Yeah. So this is the RFQ is like the, do you pass the threshold part? And then the RFP will be the weighing. Yeah.
Thank you.
So can you go to the usage slide? I think it's probably one of. So it's an interesting on the energy usage. What is driving that? Is it strictly kind of like physical layout and disbursement of where the buildings are? Is that what's driving the wattage? Because it looks like obviously Ralston's a high, the most students in our district, right? But then Nesbitt secondary, but Sandpiper and a bunch of others have more wattage usage. So I was just curious as to what drives usage.
So you can go out and do an energy audit of all the things that use energy in your campus. It's lighting, it's HVAC, it's your plug load, so computers and things like that.
Yeah, I'll add on this that what NG did, their method was to just look at our PG&E bills. This is what they did, right? So anecdotally, kind of adding on top of that, like the age of your building sometimes impacts, right? Like how energy efficient it is, in the sense of like if you don't retain heat as well, you're going to run up a higher HVAC bill. So there's lots of things that could drive.
Which is not all uniform because the facilities were built at different.
Exactly. Yeah. But their lighting, right? So like the Ralston gym, for instance, actually does have energy efficient lighting already. Not all buildings do. And so there's lots of things that could drive energy usage. But from their perspective, they looked at our PG&E data, I believe going back like 5 years. They did a very thorough analysis on what we've been paying for energy, basically. And that was how they did.
We had to do that because 2020, 2021 are very strange years for energy use.
We're trying to get it.
And one quick question. What do you, since you might have discussed this pre onboarding and stuff, what is going to be the current savings or estimated savings? Is that 72%?
Yeah, it was the 7.
I'm sorry, was it a slide?
Well, there's a summary
Here
here.
it is, 72%. Okay.
We don't have it on here.
Well, that's the estimated cost, but there was a pro forma shared in previous slides that we could probably follow up with you on the expected savings.
Thank you. Just to get caught up to speed.
Absolutely.
And then finally, a solar canopy is exactly what? I have an idea, but can you define what a solar canopy is?
Sure, it's if you go to a parking lot and you have a solar carport canopy.
Yeah, I've seen those.
But that's exactly what it is.
Okay.
So a canopy is basically that structure, whether it's over cars or in a playground.
Okay.
Field.
And obviously in a school system, that's the less intrusive than doing obviously like residential does roofings, right?
So we roof is definitely an option. It depends on the conditions of the roof we were considering and also the seismic integrity of the roof, whether it could take it. This is the ground mount canopies, which are also an option, but you need a little bit more space. And a lot of school districts don't necessarily want to fence out part of the playground or their field area because then have to have a setback from the arrays with a fence. And so we've seen that lend itself more in school districts have lots of space and large.
Roofing was definitely within the scope that we looked at, but sort of some of the complicating factors is one, you want, if you want to be getting energy from your solar panel for 20 years, then you better make sure your roof is good for the next 20 years. It requires some roofing replacements, right? If there's a roof that probably needs to be replaced in 10 years, that would mean we would need to replace it now. And the second thing is that the bones need to be like the structure needs to be able to support the weight of that, which I think not all of our schools
got it.
have that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It sounds great. Again, with the solar canopies. And you guys have gone towards this point. Did you just say that they need to be set back, or is that only if there's like there has to be a certain amount of space between the solar canopy and like a play area?
So I was referring to the ground mounts and that it needs to be fenced off, but in general, yes, there needs to be a setback, whether it's the canopy to a building. That's why you don't have canopies.
Mhm.
There's a 20-foot rule. And so that's what we factor in. Same thing for play structures. We did a site walk a couple weeks ago to school district. And the original design had it over a play structure, and we're like, that's never gonna pass through DSA. So let's move it to the side. So there needs to be those clearances, otherwise DSA will.
Sure, thank you. So then I think, so then for Fox and Ralston, it's gonna be in the parking lot. So it's not really gonna affect the kids when they're playing or having lunch. But then for Central and Cipriani, if it's where their lunch tables are, is there gonna be that they can't play? Okay,
Yes.
so what typically happens is that the play area goes right up until where the tables begin. So is there gonna have to be a setback?
The columns will be there. They'll be painted, you know, in color that make them visible. And there's lots of instances where there are these canopy arrays placed in parking or playgrounds that kids seem to do just fine with them.
My son's school has a canopy literally smack dab in the middle of the playground. It's high enough, so it provides shade while they're playing. I'm surprised it works quite well.
Okay, great, thank you.
Think about the tetherball options.
It doesn't have to be a really tall tetherball.
You gotta climb up these canopies.
Got one last comment. I know NG donates to the San Mateo County School Board Association for the Kent Awards. So
Yes.
appreciate you doing that every year, because a lot of our schools and staff do that. So we appreciate you helping out, recognize their progress. Yeah.
Great, I'll pass that along. That started before I even started with the company, I believe, so. Thank you.
Are there any comments or further questions on this item? Thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you both.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
As always. Okay, I think we're now moving on to item number 13. Item number 13 is an enrollment update. That is an information item. Ms. Ellinger, I believe we have several speakers wishing to address the board on this item.
Yes.
Before we start on that, just want to remind folks that while we can talk about the item that is being commented on, we can't directly respond to commenter. And comments will be limited to 3 minutes, just as a quick reminder. Ms. Ellinger.
Okay, so I will just go alphabetical if that's all right. So first is Annabella DeVello.
Hello, good evening. So I'm here today to express my concerns regarding the possible closure of the TK program at the Nesbitt School. I am a mother of a 9-year-old boy and a 3-year-old daughter. The continuation of education in the school is crucial for my family's financial stability and my child's education. My son has been attending Nesbitt, and I was hoping that my daughter would follow in his footsteps attending TK. However, the possibility of the program being closed next year has left me disappointed and worried. My daughter has already developed a bond with teachers at Nesbitt, and it would be challenging for her to open up to new people if she has to attend a different school. This would hinder her social and emotional development, which is essential for her at her age. Therefore, I urge you to consider the impact that this will have on Nesbitt School, the students and families. Keeping the program open will not only benefit my family, but also families who rely on the program and their child's education. Thank you.
Next, we have Ann Botema.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ann Botema. I also have a 3-year-old son. He's currently enrolled at the Footsteps program at Nesbitt, and we were hoping that he would then continue on to the TK program. He has
a little bit of anxiety when it comes to new environments. So hearing this news that the TK program might not continue is a little concerning for our family, as it may take sometimes weeks or maybe even months for kids to be able to transition when they're placed into a new environment. And then also thinking, if they go to TK for 1 year in this new environment and they have to transition over a couple of weeks, maybe even months, then they would be sent right back into that same situation, going back into kindergarten at Nesbitt, having to do that transition all over again. So I do urge you, as other women are here to say, if you would please consider the best interests of our children and consider keeping the TK program at Nesbitt open. Thank you.
Astrid?
I also have a 4-year-old boy who also has trouble with transitions. And so for many of these kids, they go to a new school for preschool at 3 years old. Then going at 4, if we were to send him to a TK program, they do have to start again. My son also cried almost every day at drop off up until literally December of this year. And finally, he's doing well. We're ready to, end school at the end of June. So to have to do that again and then have to do it again a year later, for me, Nesbitt's my backyard. My fence opens up into the school. So we also have a lot of connections with the parents and the local kids that we see playing every day. So to have to now go send him someplace that's quite a distance away from us. And then my other concern is also thinking about after school. So for TK, it is a half-day program. We do have to figure out how to send them to an after-school program. We found a couple that do pick up from Nesbitt and from some of the more middle schools. But if we end up having to send him to one of the schools that's a couple miles away, I'm going to have to go find a way to get him picked up from those schools, send him to the after-school program, and that's difficult. So please think about our kids who are right there and know these schools and don't want to have to transition 3 times in 3 years.
Jennifer, side note.
Good evening, Superintendent Deborah. I spoke with you on the phone, so it's nice to meet you. And President Jim Howard, go Nesbitts. And also, I know Trustee Northrup from Cipriani and Trustee Bruno, go Nesbitts. Trustee Koss, go Nesbitt, and Trustee Lineback. I think he's essential. Anyways, my name's Jennifer Sydenham. I have 4 kids. 3 of them go to Nesbitt, 4th, 2nd, kinder. 2 of them have gone to the TK program at Nesbitt. And I was really hoping that my last one could go to the TK program at Nesbitt. Signed them up for sibling priority first week. Told by the office, you're not going to get a letter because they're going to be coming here. So imagine the disappointment that I felt when I heard a rumor that Nesbitt TK was going to be closed. The TK program there is fantastic. The teacher is phenomenal. The classroom is already accommodating for these little kids. They have a bathroom right there. They have their own, obviously the kindergarten, they have their own playground and stuff, but the Nesbitt culture has embraced these TKers. And so it's just become part of the culture. So I want to urge you to please consider keeping TK at Nesbitt. TK should not be a tool to correct our enrollment demographics. TK is an educational tool. All of our kids at all of the schools should have equal access to be able to get to TK, be able to go to TK, and be able to stay at their school that is closest or that they will stay for their elementary school. There should be better ways to correct the enrollment demographics. In closing, I want to emphasize that we should keep TK at Nesbitt. It's so fantastic and obviously easy for me to have all 4 kids at one school, as you can imagine.
So thank you for listening.
Joanne Bosk?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'd like to address the plan to eliminate TK at Nesbit. I am Joanne Bosky, and I'm the TK teacher at Nesbit. Superintendent DeGuara and I spoke on this topic for nearly an hour earlier this week, which was very generous. Since the inception of transitional kindergarten in 2012, Nesbit has had a TK classroom. TK is a part of our school. It's a grade level like any other grade. The thought of removing a grade level is unprecedented when there's a growing need. Imagine making a decision to extricate first grade or third grade or fifth grade from any school. What makes TK any different? Continuity, routine, familiarity, and predictability are essential to all students. But for TK students, the very youngest in our district, the very most vulnerable, all of those practices are exponentially important for them to feel safe and thrive in a learning environment, particularly their first one. Were you to remove TK out of Nesbit, you're asking those children to make an adjustment from preschool setting and a year later readjusting back to their home school. I urge you to take into consideration the fact that TK students will be younger and younger, eventually admitting all 4-year-olds to TK, even more vulnerable and sensitive to change from pre-K to K to TK to K. Nesbit is the only Title I school in our district. Those families in particular are not likely to afford to send their child to preschool. TK is their preschool. TK provides them equal access to pre-K before entering the rigors of kindergarten. If their neighborhood school's TK grade is no longer available and they are having to drive to another school, they may just forego TK another year due to inconvenience, robbing those children the opportunity to learn and socialize prior to entering kindergarten. I was told that this move has nothing to do with Nesbit per se, but a resolution to mitigate declining enrollment at other schools. A final note is related to the facilities, and TK has mentioned that, and TK as mentioned during Ms. Bow's presentation. Nesbit has a classroom that needs not a dime of retrofitting, no upgrades, no financial burden whatsoever. I'm pleading that you reconsider removing TK from our community. I'm convinced that all of you, with your combined creativity and intelligence, a better solution is possible. I believe in you. Thank you. Is Kimberly next? Yes. I'm reading for another parent that I've never met, but she sent me her statement. If I could read that for her. Her name is Kimberly Wong, and she's got an incoming TK. This is her statement. I was so excited to know that my January born child was eligible for TK in the upcoming school year. I enrolled my incoming TKer during the early registration, and since I already have a Nesbit student, I went directly to the Nesbit office. I had all my paperwork and I was told that he was all set for the fall, done. Then 2 weeks later, I started hearing from other parents that were trying to enroll their TKers that they were told by the district office Nesbit would not have a TK program in the fall. I was confused. I was just told that it was all set for the fall. And now I am hearing something different. Still to this day, I've not personally received any word from any school administrator directly. No phone call, no email, not even a social media post regarding the TK program at Nesbit. It is difficult for me to understand why such a known program and loved TK teacher, I did not tell her to say this, would suddenly be removed from Nesbit and what appears to be without warning or notice to incoming parents. Not having TK at Nesbit would impact not only our family, but also the Nesbit community. We live within walking distance to Nesbit, and I love that we can walk, bike, or scoot to school. If I were to enroll my TK at a different location, having 2 different drop-offs would not only be cumbersome for my own family, with one parent in the morning trying to get 2 young kids to school on time, but it would also increase road traffic in and around Nesbit. I also want my TK to be part of his siblings' soon-to-be community. Send him to a different location for TK and back to Nesbit after 1 year doesn't help that goal. Additionally, with 2 different schools, will most likely different events where parents are invited to attend and volunteer for, it would be difficult for my family with 2 working full-time parents to attend all things. I love that Nesbit speaks about community, school community, and I strive to be part of that in any way I can as a working parent. But while splitting my time between 2 schools as possible, one school and child would eventually be getting less attention than the other. I also know that Nesbit has an after-school program on campus, Footsteps, that I was planning to enroll my TKer in. To have 2 places to pick up kids after work would mean more time on the road and less time with my family at home, which is very important to me. Not having TK at Nesbit would cause me not to enroll my child elsewhere in the district. I will most likely not enroll my child. And I doubt that I'm the only parent that will follow this route. In this instance, the district will be losing a potential student, which I am guessing is quite the opposite of what the district is trying to achieve. Please help my TK transition easier into the home school by keeping the TK program at Nesbit. Kimberly Wong.
Are there any more speakers wishing to address?
That is all.
Okay, thank you to all the speakers. We should have our presentation.
So tonight, it's being co-presented, both CBO Bao and Director Eastburn will be presenting. Starting with, I think CBO Bao.
Starting with me. So in talking about our enrollment, we're thinking about not just next year, but kind of where we want to be in fall of 2025, right? Which is a time at which, when we're thinking about TK in particular, like right now we have a fraction of the TKers that we will have in the future. And so this was, of course, part of the my earlier presentation. So I won't linger too much on here because, as already mentioned, there's key considerations here around what's happening demographically across our district, as well as some of the constraints that we're working with. And so when it came to the question of, okay, where do we put 340 TK students, which is less than we have right now. There's a few different considerations. So one part is, do we offer a consistent TK through 5 school? And on the spectrum, I just want to say, this is a scale of from worst to better. So the ideal world is that everyone gets a consistent TK through 5 school, right? Worst to better. The second factor is you get to attend your closest school for TK. Our preference is that everyone gets to attend their closest school for TK. Third consideration, you get your closest school kindergarten through 5th grade. Preference would be to be your closest school for kindergarten through 5th grade. Another one consideration is cost and construction. So as mentioned, we have a $9.8 million budget there. And anything over that would need to come out of our general fund. So that means that we would have to think about what we're spending on teachers and counselors and supplies. And we don't want to do that. We want to be using our construction funding to make this happen. And finally, changes to enrollment practices. So scenario 1 is we put students in their home school beginning in TK. So once you enter a school in TK, you stay throughout. That obviously marks over here. It is the most consistent. You get a consistent TK through 5 school. You would not necessarily get your closest school for TK. And the reason there is that the way to make that work is that we need to move to 2 cohort strand at Central. In order to do that. And so there's a number of families who would be closer to Central who would need to go to a further school in order to have a consistent TK through 5 experience. And that was part of one of the constraints we said earlier, which is that there's really no room to build out at Central. Would you get your closest school for K through 5? Again, we would essentially be shifting families for their entire TK through 5 experience from the middle of the district to our outer schools because that's where the space is due to those constraints. And it's a medium cost of construction. It's like in between our costly and lower cost. And it would be a change to our enrollment practice because right now we don't have TK at every single site, right? Right now, it is not necessarily the expectation that the school you go to for TK is the school you go through for K through 5. So there is some change to our enrollment practice from there. Scenario 2 is having a centralized early childhood learning center. So this would mean having all of our TK students at one site. So it is by definition a not consistent TK through 5 experience because we would be having all our TKs at one site. Because our district is spread out, if we were to have all our TK students at one site, by definition, a number of families would not be going to their closest school for TK. But many more of them would be able to attend their closer school for kindergarten through 5th grade as they are able to right now. It is our highest cost of construction there because again, you would have to change essentially a large number of classrooms in order to make this option happen. And it would be an extremely high change to enrollment practices because there's questions about what would happen to grades K through 5 if you put all TK students there. The third option is we have TK allocations where there's space, which is essentially our current model. So somewhere in between scenarios 1 and 2 for having a consistent TK through 5 school. Some families may have that consistent experience if they happen to have a site where there is TK, others may not. Again, because we're allocating TK allocations where there's space, some will get to go to their closest school for TK, others may not. But many, many more families would get to go to their closest school for kindergarten through 5th grade under this option. It is a lower cost of construction there. And it is a lower change to our enrollment practices because again, our current enrollment practice is that we don't have TK at all of our sites. So those are kind of the 3 scenarios that were worked through. Not in here, other considerations include size of your school, right? So there were scenario modelings where one school may end up being, I think it would be 652 students, while another would be 344. And, you know, how do we think about that from an equity standpoint in terms of the experience of those students, you know, culture building at such a large school, things like that. So in previous discussions, the guidance was that we want to make scenario 3 work. So that's where we have TK allocation based on space availability. It allows for the enrollment practices most similar to our current one where we don't currently offer TK at every school. It means that we have our large cohorts at Central and Nesbitt. So providing those families where that growth is, their consistent K through 5 experience at their closest school, and the Cipriani for 2 years, but based on our demographic projections, likely to go down the 3rd year into a 2 cohort school. The value proposition is that it is most similar to our current model, allows flexibility and allows more of our families to attend their closest kindergarten through their closest school for grades K through 5. Admittedly, at the expense of attending a further school for TK. And the construction required there would be retrofits at Fox, Redwood Shores, and Sandpiper. So again, all of this is thinking through, you know, going through to fall 2027. And the reason I say 27 and not 25 is it's thinking through kind of the aging up of our current students. And so what that looks like in fall of 2027 as they age through. And so moving forward, you know, we want to make sure that folks understand our constraints and develop a common understanding of where this brings the district long-term when we have 340 TK students across the district, preview anticipated impacts of construction and gather community input on trade-off preferences. So what that means tactically is community meetings focused on our demographic projections and implications, staff meetings as well, as well as community messaging around our construction impacts. So with that, and again, that's sort of the 2027 lens of where we're going towards and our needs. And with that, I will turn it over to Director East for 23-24 term.
So like CBO Val mentioned, with the expansion of TK and based upon our demographers report, we're starting to make adjustments this year with the consideration of priorities, including school enrollment, consistency, school proximity, and required renovation and construction costs. In the chart, you'll see where our current TK classes are for the 22-23 school year and the total number of students enrolled at each site. Given projections for 23-24, you'll see where our plans are for the TK classrooms next year. Originally, we had stated the second classroom to go to Fox, but just this week and yesterday specifically, rethought those plans and changed the second location to be at Redwood Shores.
And I'll add to that, in thinking about that transition from Fox to Redwood Shores, traffic patterns, Ralston factored into that. Looking at space, it was roughly equivalent, putting it either way. And there's the possibility of looking into a couple suggestions came up around transportation. We do have a single bus that does some transportation in district. It might be a potential to extend one of those routes. No promises, but something we can definitely look into to support the community.
We are coming towards the end of our first period enrollment numbers, and typically in the past, this has been done through a board update. But this year, we thought it especially important to make this a public presentation. This is a snapshot in time. This is not our expected enrollment numbers. This is where they are kind of right now. TK is looking like it's right on target with our projections. Our kindergarten, compared to years past, the enrollment is slightly lower than it was last year, but you can see in the chart how it fluctuates. There's not really a great explanation why we don't have more kindergarten families enrolling at this period in time, but we know based on our pretty consistent enrollment numbers over a number of years that they will show up. Sixth grade, you can see, is a little bit higher this year than it has been in the past at this time point. And you can also see our total numbers at the end. So one thing that I want to point out, the asterisk numbers for 23-24, for example, the 109 and the TK, that's the actual number of families who have come in and proved residency. The 114 are the number of families that have turned in the online application paperwork. So that means that there are some people that need that have appointments that they need to come in and prove residency. Sometimes we see more so in the sixth grade, families who may want to enroll their students in private schools will enroll both in a private school, they'll apply at private school, and they'll enroll in the district and then make their decision later. So sometimes we see larger numbers in the sixth grade enrollment that don't actually end up showing up at our schools. So again, this first period enrollment numbers is just a snapshot in time. First period enrollment ends March 17th, I believe. The pre-enrollment periods, there's an end point for the second enrollment period, but the third enrollment period is basically all year round. So we just assign schools on a rolling basis.
This year, unlike years in the past, we surveyed all of our fifth grade families and gave them the first, second, and third choice of sixth grade location. That's why you don't see a comparison to years past, because we only used to survey Nesbit and Sandpiper families. So this chart just basically shows you where our families at each school site choose to go for middle school. There are, at the bottom, there's a note that there are currently, as of 3 days ago, 32 out of district families who have registered to attend VRSSD for sixth grade. So those numbers are not included. The survey will go out to those families after the first enrollment period has ended. Like I said, the TK first enrollment numbers are pretty much on target from what we expected to see for next year. Our kinder numbers are lower, but we do expect them to register and show up for school next year. Again, not all registrants end up enrolling or proving residency as they get spots in private schools. All of our current fifth grade students are likely to receive their first choice of middle school for next year. And it is likely that our non-BRSSD students are new to BRSSD sixth graders may receive their second choice school.
If their first choice is Ralston.
If their first choice is Ralston. Thank you. Yeah. They will either be assigned Nesbit or Sandpiper. Open for questions.
Hey, this item, I think it's Ms. Northrop's turn to lead off.
Thank you for the great presentation. If we could maybe go to slide 3, please. Thank you. Just, thank you again, and for Rui too. Sorry, I forgot that part that Rui had presented. Showing how there's different scenarios that we've been considering, and there are trade-offs with each one. What I would like to say as well is that I think there is space for community engagement. And I think that's consistent with scenario 3. So I believe the board had directed staff to implement scenario 3, recognizing again that there are trade-offs. That's not going to be the best answer for everybody. But again, within that scenario, I think there is room for community engagement. And so that is just, I guess my question is, that was a comment. My question is, as TK eligibility increases, right? If a school just had one, so the TK eligibility right now, it's only 5 months of the year. If your birthday is in five or 6 months of the year, if your birthday is in that time period, you're eligible for TK, right? The following year, it'll be 8 or 9 months, et cetera. So as that eligibility increases, if you're at a school that only has space for one TK classroom, and there's 50 families who want to enroll in that TK, then half of them are not going to be at that school because of space constraints. That would be correct. Yeah. And for when we're expecting full enrollment of TK, and we may not have decided this, but based on the number of classes, do you think there will be a couple of schools that will have 2 TKs, but some of the schools will have 0 and some of the schools will have 1? Do you have a good sense of that?
Essentially, it's because if we are to prioritize having the most families attend their closest school for K through 5, then we're looking at allocating the space those schools have for K through 5, and then the TKs at the schools where there's space. So I think it would be, and a little bit of this depends on what percent of eligible TK students sign up for TK, right? But we would be anticipating, let me see, anywhere from, so it would be 0 TKs at our schools where the most families would get their consistent K through 5 experience. And then let's see, between, sorry, just pulling this up, but between 2 to 5 TKs at others.
And then one more time, between 2 and how many?
5.
2 to 5.
So a school that has a a school that's seen a lot of declining enrollment K through 5, but has the classrooms, they could potentially have as many as 5.
Right. So I'm going to just do some really quick back of envelope math here. But let's say there's a school right now that has that historically has been one with 3 cohorts per grade. So 3 cohorts from kindergarten through 5th grade. 3 times 6 is 18. Say average class size of 25, right? So 18 times 25, 450 students. Now, if that moves to a 2-strand school, that goes from 18 classrooms and you're essentially subtracting 6. So you have 12 classrooms there for K through 5 and 6 unused classrooms. And so part of the rationale for the direction was rather than having 6 empty classrooms at some schools and construction where there's no space for construction at others, to take advantage to use those 6 empty classrooms, because while those schools aren't fully down to 12 classrooms right now, as their kindergartners and 1st grade cohorts are aging through, right? Next year, there will be an additional unused 2nd grade classroom. The following year, there will be additional unused 3rd grade classroom, and so on and so forth.
I also want to piggyback on something you said, April. When you think about a school that is a 3 cohort strand school, and I'll admit early on, I think we were thinking, wow, it's going to be great TK all the way through 5. But you look at schools that are already at capacity to build, where there's actually little space to actually bring the full TK5 to fruition, actually is a lot and kind of exceeds our constraints. And you also look at discrepancies in school size, like Rui was saying, and going from some very small schools to very large schools, and resource allocation for that also becomes a challenge.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask a number of questions. I thought that was a really interesting presentation. And then there's the, there are some nuances within the presentation, I think, that might need to be pointed out. If you could go back to the enrollment number chart. That one, yeah. So I want to make sure I understand this correctly. The number underneath on the very top row, there's the number in parentheses and then there's the number on top. The number in parentheses is the number of people that have registered, and I have also proven residence, and
Correct.
the one on top is the total number that have registered.
Yes.
Okay, so right now, when we talk about 6th graders, potentially there's 54 that are wanting to enter our school system, but only 32 of those have gone through all the paperwork.
Correct.
Okay.
And that's where I talk about hedging bets. Some families apply both at private and public.
Okay, and those kids, we presume at this point would move on to either Nesbitt or Sandpiper. Okay.
The majority at this point.
Okay. And then the 531 is all the new kids that potentially are entering the district, TK Kinder 6 1st through 8. that are not
Correct.
already in the system.
Correct.
Okay. And then you made the point about kinder, that you expected that number to go up with time. Is that correct?
Yeah, 2 years ago, you'll notice that at this point in time, the number was lower.
291. Yeah.
And that did raise, throughout the summer.
Okay.
We're still early in the game. These are all the people that have all their paperwork collected, have made their appointments and proven residency. We do expect more to come throughout even June, July.
Do we expect that same trend to be true for PK? Do we expect there to be more?
Our projections are very close right now to the number of classrooms that we have allocated.
Which goes up from 4.5 to 5 this next year.
Yeah.
If I got that right. Interesting.
And some of that is that some of our TK classes this year are under enrolled, which is why you're not seeing a proportionate number of increase in classrooms. So for example, one of them is a TKK combo with 4 TK students.
Oh, 4.
And if I understand correctly, then that also means that we're to have not only a TK teacher, but also an additional adult in each one of those classrooms for every 12 children or something like that. Are we staffed to do that at this point?
We're currently staffed appropriately.
Okay. I had another question around transportation. So one of the things that I've been wondering about, and I think that was brought up by one of the speakers, is the time it takes to transit a parent who's doing drop off at one site to get to another site. What would the start times be for TK? Would they be the same start time that we have for all our elementary school students? Meaning, if I'm a single parent and I have multiple kids at different sites, and I have to get my kid from either Central or Nesbitt to Redwood Shores, Cipriani, Fox, what have you. It might take me some time, right? And number one, what would that transit time look like from Nesbitt to Redwood Shores, for instance, as an example, during commuting hours? And how, if I have, say, a kinder at Nesbitt, and I also have a TK at Redwood Shores, and the start time for Nesbitt at 8:20, how am I to get my child from one child to Nesbitt on time, then also my other child to TK at Redwood Shores on time?
I'll take that one. We actually started looking at bell times and start times. I don't want to commit to anything.
Sure, I'm just
being solid.
asking the theory.
Yeah, so it's interesting. It's actually an interesting question because currently we don't have TK at Central. And our TK start times across the district are 8:25 with the exception of 8:15 at Cipriani and 8:35 at Redwood Shores. So that 10-minute buffer. Currently, if we looked at one of the two closest schools to Nesbitt, there's already that 10-minute buffer kind of built in between that TK and the TK start time and the K start time and I'm looking at the different ones, 1 through 3, 1 through 5, they're all the same start time, 8:25.
So it's about 15 minutes.
About a 10-minute buffer, not counting any drop off or pre-school time supervision.
Yeah. The other variable I wonder about is another piece that brought up is that transitions are not always easy for our youngest students. And so sometimes the kinder drop off, it also takes some time beyond just the bell schedule. And as well as the TA drop off.
Yeah.
And so I wonder if, as we go through our bell schedules and think about the presence of a family, have a possibility of a family having children at multiple sites, especially young children at multiple sites, if we might need to factor in some of those transitions, not just the commute time. Yeah. The other thing you talked about was moving people from one region to another. As you know, some folks don't have great transportation. You mentioned that we have a bus in the district, or is it a Samtrans bus that's dedicated to us?
It is a bus. It's our bus that we use to transport from Palo Alto to BRSSD. There's their potential, again. Maybe
there, we don't own a bus.
Yes.
I understand. Yeah, it's the bus that's moving our Tinsley kids to Nesbitt, and then there's also some kids that go to
Sandpiper, Redwood Shores, and Ralston.
Hypothetically, again, we're exploring. Our question is, if there was a need, could we look at a drop off that dropped off middle school kids, or any kids actually, in the Shores, went up to Ralston, ended at Nesbitt, picking up TK, potentially going back out to the Shores before concluding the route. That is one thing that we're wondering if it could be a viable option if it was desired.
Okay. I think my last question, but I may have more. There are, if I recall correctly, are there after school programs? I won't make a statement. I'm just going to ask the question. Are there after school programs and after school care at each one of our sites?
Except Ralston. At all our elementaries, there is on-site after school.
And then that would go down as low as TK.
Yes.
So that's good news. I think most of those are run by Footsteps, if I remember correctly.
I think Central's
It's a
different.
combination. Central's different, Fox is different, and
different.
Sandpiper's different. So some of them are run by Footsteps. Assistant Superintendent, who and I actually just met with our childcare partners this afternoon because it intersects with the Expanded Learning Opportunities program. So partnering with them, but yes, TK is absolutely included.
Okay. So there's the issue of not only transportation in the morning, but there might be the issue of retrieving your child in the afternoon. And so if a family is challenged with their transport, how would we potentially assist them with getting their child back to closer to home?
The single bus transport is likely not a viable option for returning home. Just because it doesn't overlap with the other schedules. That said, if there was a need, that's something that could be prioritized through our Alcott.
Okay. That's helpful to understand. Thank you guys for participating in that. Anyone else?
I appreciate you saying about the after school part of it, because I think one of the things that's certainly coming forward, and even when I looked at that matrix and the board was going through the decision-making process, was those two components of the infrastructure of having an after school in place. Given that some of the demographics, especially of the growing areas in the central area, would be for families in need in those components, so that it's a real option, not just on paper that we have a universal TK program, but it can be actually utilized. So I appreciate President Howard's commentary that I think we really just need to be, it's a comment more than a question, but I think we need to really be mindful that after school piece is in play, and that the transportation is in place so that families can actually have this as a viable component. Thanks for your hard work in doing this.
Mr. Brown. Still trying to wrap my head around this.
So simple.
For weeks, right?
Yeah.
Students who are sent, okay, not in the, one more time, who are sent families who are sent to TK, not close to home, or I guess still close to home, but not the closest. They have to come back to their closest home.
No, they don't have to. They can request to go to a different school if there's space availability. We are turning to Director Eastburn. We are usually amenable. Sometimes there's space, sometimes there's not. But yeah, that is an option.
And currently in accounts, you're counting on or expecting, I guess you think of your kindergarten numbers or how many cohorts at Nesbitt, all of those students who maybe would have gone, are still going to go or not, they make their choices, but then will be at Nesbitt TK for however many numbers, and having benefited from, I'm not trying to ask, is there benefit that you all understand as public school educators to attending TK?
Yes. So I will just say that I think that early education is important, whether that's through TK or free school or whatever program. I think early education is important. I think our TK program does provide a robust opportunity for any age appropriate, whatever grade span we're serving. There is that opportunity in the district for them to attend. So yes.
So any system that puts as many as possible into it as early as possible would be ideal long-term. Cash scores, things like that, right?
I would say generally speaking.
You mean for the system or for the child?
For the district. Yeah. And for the child, but for the district, exactly what I'm asking.
I think
literacy goes up.
Yeah,
right?
I think I think, you know, as a state, we're focusing on expanded learning opportunities.
Yeah.
So the more we can provide, the greater the opportunity students have to reach benchmarks and proficiencies in the different areas.
And not only for academics, but also social piece.
Agree.
Yeah. Part of that.
The one thing I will say, because historically, TK, and actually I'm gonna put on my past hat. Where the last district I was at, we had TK schools at much fewer sites. So there was more transport. The one thing that we did is we tried to actually align kiddos that we knew would be going to the same school when they return. So for example, if we know there's a cluster of kiddos from Nesbitt that are going to be returning to Nesbitt, it makes sense for us to try and keep them together. So for example, when we get to a place where there's a TK at say Sandpiper and Redwood Shores, trying to keep the kiddos who are going to matriculate back is best.
For the social part of it.
Right. Okay. So there's some things we can do when we do enrollment that helps us tweak those outcomes.
Meaning that friendships that might develop with the team.
End up at the same set. Site.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my next question. Okay, next question.
Tim, did you have any questions?
Yeah, I had a couple. First of all, thank you for the presentation and thank you for the diligence in going through this process. I know, was it January, we had the demographer come in and give us these numbers, and there were a lot of surprising numbers there as far as, you know, the birth rates actually going down, and that we shouldn't expect. I mean, it was kind of counterintuitive, a lot of it, a lot of surprises. So, I mean, and knowing that those are just estimates, and I mean, even looking at this graph, we see the kindergarten just going, you know, there's no trend there, right? It's up and down. So I appreciate all the thought that's gone into trying to figure out the best plan. A couple slides I wanted to look at. One was, if we could look at the first enrollment period.
This one?
This one?
This one?
I'm sorry, the other one. It was the one, maybe. Where's the one where we're showing the enrollment?
Slide 8.
For years.
Oh,
Keep going.
I don't think we had enrollment numbers over the years.
Oh, maybe this is, I'm sorry, I was thinking two different charts. I have another question about a different chart. Yeah, so for this one, on this chart, I was looking at the numbers here, this first enrollment. And in general, between first enrollment and, first day of school in August, these numbers could be going up or down, but what's the general trend and as far as the different grade levels go? I mean, like for example, we have, TK may be too soon to tell because it's still kind of new, but for kindergarten, like we had 383 at first enrollment last year, but in August, how many of those 383 actually were sitting in seats?
Yeah, I think it's close to where we are now. What are we for? So this would be what we had in first enrollment for the 22-23 school year. So then, great. So this year we have 332 kindergartners.
Lost 50 of them, or 50.
But 21-22, we had 384. And 2021 was, no, sorry, I don't have 2021 handy because I think this doesn't strip out TK.
So for the numbers I'm hearing as far as just there's no rhyme or reason.
We have, I think our
50 there they go.
kinder will see an increase definitely in kinder, but you have to remember, we also have kids that unenroll. We lose kids that move away. So
throw the pandemic in there as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of moving parts.
The kinder number will get bigger. Not hugely bigger, but it will get bigger.
Okay. And I guess the other numbers I was looking at is the number of. Okay, I think that question was answered before. The other one was the middle school choice slide.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking of.
Oops.
So what is, if we filled up Ralston as full as it could go, what is the current capacity of sixth grade students?
Currently, we have our number at 375.
Okay, so even
this year,
there's
this year.
bit of tiny bit of space, but still that's fifth graders coming, and then we have the 32 out of district that are, so there might be a little, so that's why you're saying it's a good chance that everyone will get, who chooses Ralston would get in there.
Current enrollees.
Based on these. The one thing, and just for the rest of the board that kind of, made my eyes open a little bit wider was to see that only out of 79 current students at Nesbitt, only 24 have chosen to remain. And same with Sandpiper, 84 there, and only 38. And even at Nesbitt, we have 2 strands for 6 through 8, right? So basically, based on this, we only have 1 strand. So even so far, so are the classes going to be? Well, let me ask you this. This year, how full of the 6th grade?
They filled up.
They did fill up?
I wouldn't say that they're at the max, but I don't have that number, but they are.
They're in the 50s.
In the 50s.
Because we capped it at 60, but it's right, it's just right under that.
And at this time last year, when we were looking at the numbers, did it?
Yes, it was similar.
It was similar.
Looked like it was
actually higher.
Kind of fills up towards.
I'm just gonna do a quick little plug for Nesbitt middle school. Nesbitt middle school teachers 6 through 8 have been working incredibly hard to develop the IB pathway. It takes roughly 2 to 3 years to reach candidacy. They're doing it in less than 1. They are filing for candidacy in the fall. Their teachers have already developed thematic units for fall implementation. They've been working really hard, and that actually is new information that we shared the crystal ball with families a couple months back. That crystal ball is pretty solid right now. So we're actually thinking about, before we finalize things, doing one more overview for specifically that 206 families. There's sometimes a little bit of do we make that leap? Do we transition now, or do I go with my kiddo who thinks this environment, everybody's the fear of missing out kind of thing, and we think that there's a balance and might be more in that once we share more details, might choose to opt into that program. So we're going to probably give that another go in the next couple of weeks here.
Excellent, excellent. I know that's going to be going to that program is going to be, a prestigious thing to through.
If I did just to dovetail off.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
If I recall correctly, it's a fairly rigorous program, rigorous criteria to actually become an IB school. So when you say they become a candidate, there's an outside agency that's determining whether or not they've actually met those criteria to become a candidate school and therefore an official IB program, right?
Thank you. So you actually have to apply. You have to submit your lessons. You have to have your lessons vetted before they will move you to that stage. So there's a lot of work and a lot of oversight within the IB community before they get, they're just light years ahead of where most schools at this stage would be. But yeah, it takes a lot to get to that deem of candidacy. If you're not a candidate, you can't claim candidacy if you haven't met that threshold.
Yeah, it just speaks to those teachers are just outstanding there, right? In that administration, it's just amazing.
And I know, even talking to them, I've heard how much extra time they're putting in on their own they're all very excited about this, getting the certification. So
yeah, we have great teachers throughout the district, but this team blows me away every time I interact.
I know with the pandemic, we've seen, I mean, this is maybe the third time I mentioned about the behavioral issues, and that seems to be directly tied to kids at those early ages. And because they weren't able to attend TK or pre-K or daycare or anything else, because they were isolated. So I think it's great that we are embracing this. It's a state mandate, of course, but that we are embracing it and we are providing this opportunity for families to do this. I mean, some families can afford to send their kid to a daycare. It's very expensive, especially in this area. But the fact that we're providing this at zero cost is very important. So I think that's great that we can bring as many students into the program as we can. And just like with any grade, if a family decides to go to private school, they can do that. Same with TK. But I appreciate this, putting the effort and the funding into this. But that was my next question. Are we able to pay for everything going on? And is there any news from the state about additional funding coming from Sacramento to help pay for the underfunded mandate?
Of TK?
Yeah.
I think their perspective is that it's part of their allocation formula. So your LCFF allocation is based on enrollment, which will include TK. LCFF is usually spoken about as a per pupil number. It's actually a bit more complex than that. And you actually get a different per pupil number based on your grade. And so I think that the TK number is a little bit higher, not quite enough I wouldn't say high enough to offset the 12-to-1 instead of 24-to-1 ratio. So they threw us a little bit of a slightly less underfunded bone there is what I would say. And then in terms of the implementation of TK via facilities, as I mentioned, there is a state grant available. However, it will be the amount available. It has changed with every budget. And I think especially given what we're seeing in state revenues right now, I would expect the May revise to say that that pot is going down, not up. Every indication is that that will be prioritized based on your unduplicated pupil counts. And that's one of the reasons that although we have thrown our hat in the ring because there's no downside to doing that, we are not anticipating aid coming through. And where there is facilities aid, it comes in the form of matching. So kind of 50-50.
So news is getting worse, in other words, yeah. All right, thanks.
If we could go to slide 5 again, stakeholder engagement, please.
It's not moving. Just press back.
So I have a question and then I have some commentary after the question. Is tonight basically the first time of stakeholder engagement?
So yes, I think our first obligation is by contract and to our employees to notify based on a timeline of where their anticipated placement is. And that is driving the process. Shortly after that, which was pre March 15th, right? We did agendize this as our community update. So yeah, we will be sharing additional information with our community. Typically, school assignments come at the end of the first, I'm looking at first enrollment period. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ish. We'll start to notify families of placement.
Fifth grade students will get notified where their middle school is after first period enrollment.
I will say just some of the public comments about thinking that we may be attending the school, although there was not a formal notification of that from a district perspective. I absolutely understand how some of our families who had siblings in the upper grades came to that realization. When you prioritize sibling enrollment, when you already have a TK in a location, I'm going to put 2 and 2 together, and that's kind of where I'm going. And if we have staff that are traditionally used to that, absolutely, you can understand that. So there's some work to do there.
Sure. So thank you. And I understand, I know for the district, one of the big things is of course preparing for the TK expansion, but also there's the strategic plan, which is hopefully going to wrap up by June. I would love to see a robust stakeholder engagement happen, throughout the rest of the spring if we can. But I understand that the strategic planning, I think that needs to be the first priority. So I'm wondering if we can plan on robust stakeholder engagement for the fall. And part of my idea for this is that the board has decided based on slide 3. Sorry, if you could go to slide 3 again. Sorry. We agreed to do TK allocations where there is space. And again, that's not going to make everybody happy all of the time, and that there are trade-offs. However, my youngest child is in 4th grade. I believe everybody on the board does not have any child who's going to be eligible for TK. And so
You don't know my social life.
And so, I will say for myself personally, I don't feel like I considered enough what our decision meant for people with kids who are 4 right now or 3 right now, or 2 years old right now. And so again, I think it would be in our best interest to do a lot more stakeholder engagement in the fall and let everybody know about that enrollment is declining overall, but it's actually increasing in the central part of the district, right? I don't think very many people know that yet. And that there are going to be trade-offs. If we want to have as many families as possible be at their closest school for kindergarten through 5th, that means that TK is not going to be at every school. But that's what we decided. We don't have any TKers. Maybe the community decides they don't have that same priority. Maybe it's a higher priority for them that their child is able to go to TK at the closest school possible where there is space. And as I said, I think we need to, do this further outreach and this engagement because the numbers just don't work, right? There's no way that you can have 3 Ks through 5th, right? We don't have enough space for that. So there will have to be trade-offs, but I would like to ask the community more about what their preferences are, while keeping an eye out and a priority on equity. So I think for 24, 25, not this coming year, the following year, we need to really go into everything in slide 3, reach out to the communities in the neighborhoods of all of the schools and, give them some different scenarios and see what they're be most interested in with, of course, that the board makes the final decision and that we have other constraints as well. However, for this 23-24 year, if you could go to slide 6, please. For the 23-24 year, because as we've said, families were expecting that TK would remain in the locations where it was this year, and that there was an emphasis on sibling priority enrollment. And given that this would not increase construction costs, I make a motion that for the 23-24 school year, we, and I'm just going to spell it out so that it's clear. We have 1 TK at Cipriani, 0 at Central, 1 at Fox, 1 at Nesbitt, 1 at Redwood Shores, and 1 at Sandpiper. And I'm making that motion. So if anybody would like to discuss further, you can second the motion and then we can discuss and take a vote.
So this item is not up for action. This is an information item.
Then I'm going to ask that this be on the agenda for action next month.
Duly noted. Okay.
I have one more question. Sorry. I asked earlier, not earlier, we talked, but I don't remember, for middle school. What's the ideal number at Ross? I know you said you answered for capacity, 375. Is that what you want? Is that unfair? You can also.
For me, balanced schools is optimal, right? When I can provide resources in consistent ways, that's optimal for me, and I think it's a good experience for our kiddos. I'd rather, if I had my druthers, 3 equally balanced middle schools would be great.
Right.
Is that feasible? No.
We talked about the lower grades and the number of classes or cohorts or whatever per grade. How many can there be at Nesbitt and Sandpiper?
Between 50 to 60 is the cohort at each grade level that we expect.
And how many cohorts can they each hold?
they can hold up to 60 at each grade. Correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
Near 60.
Meaning
230 people.
Yes.
For staffing.
We don't necessarily talk about middle school in cohorts.
Right.
So
Gotcha.
that, but yes, essentially.
I mean, I guess my question is literally where are the numbers relative to how much they could hold? And then what would that come down to from the 369, right? I got it. Okay.
we're thinking about like strands, right?
Yeah.
And so two strand.
If we figure
But you don't-
grades between primaries 24, upper grades 30.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
So Dan, one of the questions I had was about the total number of children that would be at the Nesbit site if we had a 3-strand of TK to complement this 3-strand of the K through 5 plus
652.
plus the capacity that we have for that middle school site. I think it's closer to 700, right? Is that true?
Oh, sorry, that's taking, so that would be our 27, 28 number. So that's taking into account our current grades aging through. So for example, a smaller, I guess like kindergarten cohort this year being 68 fifth graders, but sorry, at capacity, yes, I think you're right.
705, I think.
Ruth, if you go back to that other slide that shows this right here, you can, if you're at 594 without a TK, adding 1 extra TK.
Right, but I think that would be at 75s throughout, right? So it'd be 75.
Well, I mean,
times 6 plus 180 would be
are you adding 1 TK or are you adding 3 TKs?
3, 705, yes.
So when we talk about TKs, right? If you were following the equity model to the letter of the law, to not displace a single family from Nesbit, you would have to have 3 strands of TKs to complement the school. And at full capacity, 75.
Potentially 4 actually, because
Potentially.
TK might move to a 20 ratio, but anyway, yes.
But
Roughly.
numbers wise, that would be
Yeah.
like 75 kids roughly per grade
That's correct.
times 6 grades. Plus the potential 180 at the middle school.
That's correct.
Which would be a mega site of 705 kids.
Correct.
And
Whereas our 2-strand schools would be 50 times 7, which would be 350.
a pretty big site.
It would be
And then-
twice the size of 3 other schools.
Slightly more than that because you're 25 to 1 TK2, TK3. You have times for kids that.
Wow. And so the other question I have for you guys is it seems like these models are still a little bit fluid in terms of where placement's going to be and how you're maneuvering through this. You're basically asked us for some flexibility as you work with both the architects and sort out the space issues and the flux and enrollment.
Yes, and I will say that we are committed to saying once a student enters a school in kindergarten, they will not be asked to change schools. And so while, we're doing these spaces, but knowing that, like in the model, once you put someone in kindergarten, they're aging through. Because that is a constraint as well that we believe is important. So.
Okay. Any other questions or comments on this item? Okay, so I want to note again, this is an informational note only. There was a robust discussion and I appreciate the interest of the public. Item. Great. Okay, moving on to item number 14. That is educational services update.
Hi, everyone. Good night. I know, mine's been fun. See you later. It's been a while. We missed you last time while I was at Disneyland. Our sites had a great celebration and it's good to be back here. I did log on to hear Paulina's conversation with you last month. So hopefully I didn't miss too much. I'm going to talk to you briefly tonight about a couple of different things that are percolating and things that are important to us. One has to do with LCAP timeline and feedback. It's mid-year, we're going into spring, but we're going to look at the winter data review. And then I'm going to give you a little preview on what's happening this summer for our students and our staff. Okay. So LCAP stands for Local Control Accountability Plan. We have a robust, I feel like we've heard that word a lot. We have a pretty, we have a pretty robust engagement process. We don't have an official singular advisory panel. We have done this in the past. We have done multiple variations of holding advisory panels and inviting people. And I am not exaggerating, held meetings with one person more than one time. So we decided instead to utilize our various feedback loops within the system in ways where people really feel comfortable. I think we have seen time and time again that families feel connected to their school sites, which is a huge plus and a huge asset in our district. So rather than saying, oh, everybody pick somebody from your site council and tell them they have to be part of the district advisory team, and everyone comes, they say they're coming and then they don't show up. And really, it feels a little disconnected to come to a district office meeting, whether it's on Zoom or in person. So instead, I go down to the individual school sites throughout the school year at school site council meetings, English learner advisory councils. For a lot of sites, the ELACs and the SSCs are blended into one. But for sites like Nesbitt, they're separate. And I work with Elena and we visit families and we have conversations. We have always had some sort of district level committee that we kind of piggyback on. This year is the strategic task force. The strategic plan task force is collecting really deep data from a very broad cross section of our community. When I send out surveys, I've also learned over the years, the very first year you send it out, you're excited to get 50 responses. And then I learned, oh, wait, if I send out surveys that are tailored by the specific goal, and I do a little screencast that tells families what the goal is, what are some sample actions, and tell me your thoughts, I'm able to up feedback. We've had hundreds of families respond to online surveys over the past few years, and I'll do that again. I always do it late spring. We utilize the surveys. We utilize the opening doors presentations. Paulina and I work together and we make sure that our families who are participating in site councils are representative. We make sure that our families in opening doors have an avenue. So I may be a parent of a child with special ed needs, but I don't participate on my site council. That doesn't mean my voice isn't heard. We do send out staff surveys and we always do online email parent square kind of digital outreach in addition, so that we can combine all of the feedback to guide our annual updates in the LCAP. So while we don't have a singular advisory council, we have a giant advisory panel made up of all of these stakeholder engagement opportunities. Coming forward into the spring, this is something that Rui and I work very closely on and through working with our principals. I lead the principals through their site council process. We will have a public hearing on May 18th, where we basically present you a draft of the LCAP. Sam and Jim have seen this and have read the thick document. I think you guys may be the only 6 people who read it from beginning to end. That happens. I give an overview of all of the feedback, what changes were made based off of the feedback, what's new based off of what we've been hearing in the community. And then anything that comes out of that public hearing, we then continue to make edits and adjustments for formal final approval on June 15th at our last board meeting of the school year. That's the LCAP. Rather than move on and then take questions, do you have questions about this component of my portion of work?
Quick one.
Yes.
Just said it really quickly. Nesbitt has a school site council and ELAC separated. Just numbers.
It's just numbers and site function. Every school gets to choose. If you have at least 20 students who are English learners, you have to have an ELAC. You are allowed to ask your ELAC if they want to function separately or be part of the site councils. So every year that's a little bit different, right? Like it kind of depends on who the parents are that are involved are and what they want to do. We just want to make sure that there is consistent feedback. The one thing, and I failed to put it on here. The one thing that I do at the district level is the district English Learner Advisory Council. That is one that we post a couple of times. And we talk about what does it mean to be an English learner? What does it mean to be reclassified? What is the process for reclassification? So everybody has that information. And we put that out through Parent Square to every family who's an English learner. And I love using Parent Square because
something like 99% of our families are on there, and we can see who's not. And if I put a list up and it tells me this person's not in there, then I can find their information and ping them individually to make sure they're set up properly. Parents can change the language so it is accessible. And my languages of use are Mandarin and French, which are not that useful in our community, but I do utilize Google Translate. So whenever I send things, I'm sure you've seen, I try to put it in English, Spanish, and Russian, because those are kind of our top languages at the moment. And of course, families can always change language on their own.
Quick question.
Yes.
The advisory council, is that a 2-year, those parents who are serving on it, is it 2 years?
A year.
Yearly. Do you find that you're getting enough participation, volunteerism from that?
Well, that's part of
That's the council.
that's part of why a lot of our site councils and ELACs run as one, because I think in a lot of our cultural representation, no news is good news. I'm happy with how things are going, and I'm not like, you don't hear from me because I'm not unhappy, and we're trying to change that culture. We don't want to hear from you just when you have a complaint. We want to hear at all times. We want you to feel comfortable, which is why not everybody has the time or inclination to come and be part of a meeting with strangers. But we try to give lots of other options so you can respond in an anonymous format. You can utilize technology. You can come and speak to us at all of these meetings. I always give my email address to and say, if you have something that you want to say and like you don't feel comfortable saying it in this group, just ping me. Every year there's a few who take me up on it, so I know it's heard, but that's also not a preferred method of communication for our families, and that's okay. We just want to make sure there are many opportunities, throughout, whether these meetings happen during the school day, after school, before school, at night, online, in person, in all sorts of formats, so that we can try and make it as low of a bar of participation as possible. I would say this is the side benefit of the pandemic, right? We can run hybrid meetings. People are pretty comfortable hopping on a Zoom, and they can do it on a break. I mean, I've had doctors in scrubs and closets. I've had shift workers clearly stock in a stock room, right? So like we run the gamut in our community, and we just want to make sure it's accessible to everyone. Okay, moving on. All right, so hello, wake up, wake up, wake up. Can you push forward, please? Next slide, please, Vanna. Okay, so what I want you to pay attention, you guys looked at this, you have it on your computers, you looked just too small. What I want you to take away from the data, and the March data weren't pulled when I did this slideshow for you. We have a lot of data in, it was just due last Friday. We're getting better, but we don't have a ton. What I want you to pay attention to are just kind of the distribution of scores, if you will. The first distribution of scores is performance levels 4, 3, 2, 1. 4 meaning exceeding standards, 3 meaning down to the 1. I used to be able to color code these. They won't let me do it anymore. So I'm sorry, they're not in our normal green, blue, red, yellow. But the top 2 bands are meeting and exceeding. In September, the only students that were assessed were the students that were so-called in the red in June. The kids that were not meeting standards in June, we assessed right off the bat in September because we wanted to see what happened during the summer. Was there summer slide? These were the kids who were the most at risk. Where are they now? We as a team of teacher leaders and reading specialists decided it wasn't a good use of teacher time to assess everybody in September right when they come back from school, when they had just done it in June, because for most of the kids, there's very little change. Okay, so you'll see the kind of chunk of orange, which are the kids who are not meeting standards of the kids who were not meeting standards in June. When they were tested again in September, you've got about 36% of them not meeting standard in September. Everybody's tested in November, right? So this is a subset. You go from a few hundred kids to a few thousand kids. So it doesn't make sense to compare September to November. It does make sense to compare September to January, because the January kids are, again, the kids who in November were in the red. So generally speaking, if you were behind in June, you're still somewhat behind in September, you're likely still behind in January, right? Catching up, but still behind. So if you just look at the distribution, you will see a small shift in the orange, fewer kids not meeting standards, and a fairly significant growth in the blue and green. Okay, so while some kids that were below grade level are still below grade level, more of them are moving up and we are closing the gap. And I didn't pull this data because I thought it went into the weeds a little, but I did pull the data. I did put it in the slideshow.
Being paid, you know how we hate going into the weeds.
I'm sorry.
You know how we hate going into the.
No, just, and I'll put it in your board update so you can really look at the numbers. But quick recap, when we look at our English learners, when we look at our students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged, when we look at our special ed learners, when we look at our students who participated in PSA, Power Scholars Academy, our summer school program for ELOC kids last summer, we see that yes, the distribution of performance level 4, 3, 2, 1 looks a little bit different. It's bottom heavy, right? Those are our traditionally underserved, underperforming students. But when we look at their growth over time is far greater. I mean, take, for example, our English learners. At the beginning of the year, 63% of them that were tested were in performance level 1, the lowest possible. In March, this is like current data, 49% of them aren't. So that is, it still sounds like, oh, half of them aren't meeting it. These are language learners who are new to the country, and we have made an improvement of 14 percentage points in terms of who's in the red. They've moved up. They have closed the gap. Because remember, your reading proficiency isn't just a static number that stays all year. In September, in order to be at a, performance level 1, let's just say you have to be a reading level C. But in November, you have to be a reading level D. And in January, you have to be, so they've grown and they've accelerated. So actually they are going at a pace faster than what would be a normal annual growth. And that's what we see consistently in our sensitive groups. And I think that is the celebration. We can't just look at percent proficient or percent not proficient. The growth metric is where we are seeing a lot of gains from our students, and that's the hard work of the teachers being really specific in targeting their intervention groups and giving the kids who need the most exactly that. Okay. When we look at our FastBridge data, remember we have a good subset of almost 35 teachers who are piloting a different reading screener. And what we've said to them is, please do the screener as intended and do not double dip. You don't need to. You're going to get data that looks a little bit different than you're used to. This is also just a quick snapshot. The FastBridge is a screener. So our percentage of students who are in the high risk and some risk, so that dark pink and light pink, is also changing slightly, right? The numbers are pretty small. It's not a huge cohort. It's a couple of classrooms per grade level across the site. But if you just look at the bar on the left, 19% of our kids were at summer high risk in the fall. In the second iteration, 16% of the kids are at summer high risk. So the growth is not as dramatic as we're seeing in F&P, but this is also a different assessment, and we are still closing the gap. Kids are moving, they are progressing and closing that gap. And that's really what our focus has been on, finding the kids who need the most and giving that to them. We've also done Sabres and My Sabres, which is the SEL piece. I didn't pull that data because it's incomplete at the moment. Some have done it and some haven't, and we're kind of in that window of administration. So we're going to let it be. I can show that to you guys next time. But we are seeing same thing. Teacher representation is aligning. Kids of risk is actually going down from fall to winter. So yes, we have behavioral aberrations. We have a lot going on. Our teachers are working darn hard. This is a partnership in a community, right? Like there's everything that we can do, and we control the time from 8:30 to 2:30, but we are not the only people who are part of the kids' lives. So really, we need our parents and our caregivers to be part of the solution as well. I think you mentioned a lot of kids didn't have the social interaction during the pandemic. They also, and my own children included, probably had less supervision because parents themselves, working professionals, were trying to work from home and hold meetings and do work. And God only knows what my daughter did on her iPad. She was not bothering me while I was doing board meetings till midnight, and she was fine and healthy and whatever, right? But we at home are seeing what the process and protocol. And I think unity kind of need to rise to the challenge because our teachers can't do it all. That's part of what we're seeing. In our winter math data, this is also exciting. Remember math, 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, we do this district-wide test. It's completely computer automated, so it's nice and quick. We judge performance based off end of year standards and end of year expectations, right? So you generally see a large chunk in the red in the fall, and then they move and make progress. So you have the left side, right side comparison of kind of pre-test at the beginning of the year to mid-year test. So for now it's a post-test. You'll see just the shift. I gave you you either like tables and numbers or you like the visual of the pivot table. You can look at it however you want. I didn't give you the circles because I thought that was a little excessive. Ultimately, if we just look by grade level, 3rd up top, 4th, 5th, we have 45% of our 3rd graders meeting or exceeding end of year standards halfway through the school year, compared to 10% at the start of the year. That's already a pretty incredible number, right? Our kids are clearly thriving in the academic sense. In 4th grade, we have 51% of our kids meeting and exceeding end of year 4th grade standards in January. And in 5th grade, we have 48% meeting or exceeding the end of year standards. So all of our academics are going in the right place. Our focus really has been, as Chuck was saying earlier, around the social emotional, the culture, the whole child. I've redone a whole bunch of PBIS training with our sites. They are reinvigorated. It is fantastic because it is localized. It is about setting up the structures and the tiered system, but having a consistent response, whether it's academic, behavioral, or social and emotional. Really learning to go into what do we know about our kids? Where are they? Where are their gaps? And now I can identify my need as a teacher, as a school, as a principal, as an assistant super of ed services. Where do we need more professional development? Where do we need more resources, whether that's human capital or materials? And that's what we look at throughout the year at our data. For the academic questions or any questions. I only showed you academic data today, but.
Mr. Linebacker, it's your turn to be on.
Sites.
Oh, more slides?
It's very short, but this is why I'm letting you ask your questions by kind of content area.
Content area?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm going
anybody fire away. Sam does have a question.
No.
Oh, no, you're good.
My question is for the fiscal insolvency.
Oh, okay. Does anybody have any questions?
I would say that's solvency.
Insolvency.
Insolvency.
We are.
What did you say? Insolvency.
Sam's math data isn't very good.
Next slide, please.
Oh, sorry, I do have a question, sorry, on the math data. Thank you for clarifying that with the math, it is, the benchmark is their end of the year performance. Whereas with the reading, it adjusts.
Absolutely.
Exactly. So it's, I think that's important to keep in mind. So thank you. And exactly, I totally agree that, the improvement is great. Just a question is, so again, for the math, it's based on the end of the year, what they should do. I was looking at the 5th grade at the bottom. So how they did the mid-year, you've got 24% exceeding standard.
Yeah.
So sorry, I know it's tiny. 24% meeting standard, 16% approaching standard, 37% below standard. So of course it's, you've got those 4 different groups, but I wonder if there's another way to look at it of kind of, right? And of course we're, approaching standard is good, but even if we group exceeding standard, meeting standard, and approaching standard, right? And again, it's versus the end of the year. So that makes it trickier, but anyway, there's still 37% of kids who are below. So what can we do between now and the end of the year?
So this is where my STEM coach works and sends out and helps our teachers disaggregate the data at their local level. There are reports where teachers can see every individual child. What do they do? Just raw score. assessment 1 to assessment 2, but we also look at item analysis as my class on assessment 2 of, you have your kids going down and then your problems, and then you either red or green based off of wrong or right. And you can get that visual of everybody got these standards correct, or this child's missing everything. So there's a way to then go into the students. But the other report that we provide for them is based off of the standards that you've already taught thus far. Where are the kids?
Welcome to my world.
Because these 3 tests all test the full year's standards. So we really try to help the teachers look at, in this half of the year, you've taught these standards. Where are the kids? If they're not getting these standards, we have a problem. If what they're missing are the things that you haven't taught yet, we're not going to worry about that, right? And that's really where it comes down to the individual classroom level. And it is important to look beyond just that percentage and also really look at that individual. Thank you.
ELL students in this math data, please.
They're all in here. The growth is, same thing. We are closing the gap a little bit faster, but their overall performance starts out lower. Their distribution is different.
Yep. And my other one is maybe a simple one. Like, first off, the changes, like the numbers are awesome. 82% for 3rd grade, like below standard. Is that just pandemic rest? That just seems really.
It's normal.
Yeah.
It's honestly, we now have this data for multiple years. Part of why I like this inspect test is because it is standards based and it is not curriculum embedded. I think it's tricky for our teachers because they feel like our kids don't know this is worded differently. It feels like an aha gotcha, and that's not what the intention of it is. This helps us not only monitor student progress, but it also helps us monitor where in our curriculum is the skill not being taught at a good depth. Not the teachers, but the curriculum itself. Because just in theory, if I know how to do a certain skill, it shouldn't matter to me how the question is posed, right? We all see our kids' homework. We all see that a lot of the questions are phrased in the same way, and your word problems even are written in a similar way. And so I learn the pattern and I learn that, but do I really have the math skill? And by having a test that's not embedded in curriculum, but is standards aligned with an R factor, I want to say of 0.8, if I remember correctly, to performance on SBAC for the statisticians out there. This is predictive of performance on the state test. And actually our kids outperform this prediction, generally speaking. So, I mean, I'm not concerned by that 82% in the fall.
Yep. Thank you.
Okay, next slide. I'm going to give you our summer preview. We have a lot going on. I'm actually really kind of excited because we're a little bit back to normal. Usually in my kind of realm of work, I'm not working on things that are happening in the next month or two, like obviously I am, but really my head is planning 6 to 8 months in advance is the norm. And for the past 2.5 years, we've not been able to do that just because things have been up in the air. We are back to a little bit of norm. I've already sent out, we have a pretty strong offering that for our summer, for our staff, that is also respectful that it's summer. So we have a couple of strategic professional development offerings. We are hosting a Be Glad certification training. They'll have a 1-day in-person kickoff here at Fox, and then they'll have the summer to work on their certification because most of it is online. It's a hybrid model that the trainers have told us has worked out really well. This allows us to get everybody together, make sure they understand the program, kick it off, build the momentum and motivation, but then allow people to work on their time on their own in the summer. It should take approximately 20 hours. So we're not talking a ton of time. They're going to spend the first 8 hours together. And then we'll compensate for them for that. We are hosting another BRSSD specific gathering at the Museum of Tolerance. I believe the superintendent shared the information with you guys. If you wanted to come, you could fill in the link. We are again going down to LA. It is going to be a specific training just for us to work on anti-bias culture. One of our kind of learnings, so I'm from last year, and so I'm front loading it everywhere this year. It's not a go to this training, get a binder and come home and do exactly what you learned there. It's a go and learn and experience so we can have a shared experience, and together as a community, we can come back and have the language and the shared experience to be able to talk about what are we going to do differently to proactively interrupt bias within our community. Okay, there's not going to be a specific to-do or homework. But what we want is for our participants to really have that personal growth and have an opportunity to learn together. That's all it is. I'm excited to go a third time. They do a great job. I'm meeting with their consultant next week to kind of talk about what tweaks we're going to make this year. And then we have Cross Center of Innovation. This is something, Cross Center for Innovation. This is something that for those of you who've been in the district for a while, know our teachers like going to KCI. We've done professional developments. We're rolling out the bridge curriculum before we did a new science adoption. We went to KCI to do design thinking. We went to KCI as we were thinking about, really getting hands-on and next gen science standards. They're designing a design thinking 3-day training where teachers will get to experience. They'll get to do projects, but it's not about design thinking per se. They're going to get lots of different opportunities to really think about how can I make instruction in my class a little bit more innovative, a little bit more interactive in a content area that matters to me. So that should be fun. That's the PD. Just a few offerings throughout the summer. That's it. For our students, we also have a summer of fun planned. We do have our extended school year that will be happening for our students with special education needs. This is under Paulina's team. They're already working on enrolling kiddos and hiring people, and that will, go off without a hitch like always. And we're hosting that at a school site. We are going to host the Summer Power Scholars Academy run by the YMCA again, with hopefully our own internal staff. The postings have already gone out. We already have a few teachers sending in applications. So remember at the beginning of the year, for those of you who are here, you guys probably actually watched online. We looked at how the kids in the PSA did over the summer. In their, 5.5, 6 weeks with us, some of them made between 2 months to 9 months of growth in reading and math. They have a curriculum that they provide the teachers. One of our difficulties last year was we didn't know we needed to do ELOP until about this time. So then we were trying to figure out who the vendor was going to be. And by the time we were able to get everything up and running, we didn't have very much of an on-ramp to hire staff. So we've pushed that out since as soon as we came back from February break to try and recruit. PSA has already hired the site director for us. That was someone who in our summer last year wasn't hired until partway through. So we are in a much better spot. I am confident that we will get great staff. We're going to obviously prioritize our staff first, but it's open to everyone. There are positions for classified and certificated, but ultimately it's for our ELOP eligible kids with priority going to those with academic need, right? We'll start there. We're going to offer to everyone, and we will make it work because we have to offer it, and we'll see which families want to take us up on it.
What school site is this at? You said it's the Y.
So we've already told the principal, but I'm not sure the principal has shared with their staff. So I kind of don't want to say it right now because I don't want to be the one that dropped the bomb, but we'll let principals, if you're watching, please tell your staff. So we have chosen a site, and it will be different than where it was last year.
But it'll be one of our school sites.
It'll be one of our school sites. Yes.
But run by an outside vendor.
Run, overseen by an outside vendor and taught by hopefully our staff. And it's, it's run with me.
Collaboration, yeah.
And then we are going to offer an intensive orchestra camp for our kids exiting 5 through 7. Doesn't matter which middle school they're going. Alexis Veras Valdez is our elementary music teacher. She is excited to offer. It's going to be short. It's going to be just 9 days, but of intensive music. Unfortunately, my band teacher, who was really gung-ho too, is in the process of applying for a master's program that conflicts with the dates that we've chosen. And I really don't think that he's not going to get in. So we're only going to plan for orchestra. If on the off chance he doesn't get accepted, he will be available to teach, then we will do. But of my team of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 teachers, I only had 2 people who were wanting to teach this summer. So I want to run it with our staff because I think that gives you the best. Perfect. That's the summer review. Questions? Yes.
With the summer program, I guess it was the PSA. I remember last year coming back in the fall and you giving the report and you said, well, here's the scores before, here's the scores after. And it was phenomenal.
It was phenomenal.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah.
So, and I remember one of the challenges was, if I remember correctly, it's, getting word out to the parents and people have vacations planned and everything else. But I heard you say they were gonna offer it to all.
Our ELOP, all of our ELOP eligible kiddos.
Oh, yeah. And then would there be space for other?
I mean, it'll be, in this respect, it'll be the same as last year. We're gonna offer it to the ELOP eligible kids. We're going to enroll as they come in, and we will prioritize those with academic need first. And then if there happens to be space, then of course we'll open it up to others. But first, we're gonna make sure our ELOP eligible students receive this program.
So are we gonna like plan out a number of seats equal to the number of ELOP students we have right now? And then if any of them can't participate, then those are open for.
Yeah, so similarly, I mean, I've sent out, it's been staggered communication to each of the sites as we approach their program. So they'll all get a message on Parent Square. I can track who's opened it and who hasn't. When you haven't opened it, then I follow up with you and I copy your site principal so they know that this subset of parents got invited and didn't open my message. So then you at the local site have those relationships and say, hey, this is a great program. The thing is, ELOP is for our unduplicated pupils, which is defined as English learners, foster youth, and socioeconomically disadvantaged. Not all of our students need or want a summer program. And by all means, families should do what they need to do during the summer. We just want to make sure there's a quality program for those who are dependent on us to help close that gap. I think it's a great opportunity, but I also don't want people to feel like, oh, just because my child is an English learner, even though they're at an above grade level, I have to make myself available. No, we want families to make the best decision for their families. So
good.
We better serve when those who need it show up, right?
I have a dovetail question for that. Last year, I recall that it took us a while to notify families because we were still kind of developing this program. Are we ahead of the game in terms of notifying programs or notifying families for eligibility compared to last year?
Absolutely, because our data we have a higher percentage of data in January. And one of my reminders to our principals and teachers is, remember, I used the January and March data to identify eligible kids. So we will push that out. So I have a priority of all kids of academic need will know who is ELOP. We already know who's ELOP eligible and then who's not. And then I can start messaging and saying, this is available.
Awesome.
Right. We are still a little staff dependent. So hence the starting earlier, we'll at least push out to say, here are the dates.
Yeah.
We will send invitations as we have staff hired and confirmed, but people can at least know and be like, this isn't going to work for me at all. Or I can make a little tweak and it'll work.
Sure.
Or I'm not interested. I'm going to go see my family in Asia or Europe or Ukraine or wherever. Other questions? Yes, Eva.
Sounds wonderful. And again, I remember too was how much effect the Power Scholars Academy had. So that's great that we're continuing with that this year. For the ELOP eligible students, as you said, it's English learners, foster youth, and socioeconomic disadvantaged. 4 years ago, prior to the pandemic, we didn't have this program, but we also didn't have universal meals.
Yeah.
Parents would have to apply for the meals. So
how do we know if they're qualified? I'm going to let.
Yes. So there's two ways to become eligible to be classified as a family that's eligible for free or reduced lunch. One way is what's called a direct certification. And the way that works is there are certain other benefits such as CalFresh, Medi-Cal. I actually don't know if Medi-Cal is one of them. Sorry, don't quote me on that. But anyway, if as a family you apply for certain other services, the state says we have already validated that you qualify under this threshold. And so they actually so within CalPads, it is automatically in there. The family needs to do absolutely nothing else to be classified as a family eligible for free or reduced lunch. If they're eligible for certain other state services. So no additional paperwork for them. There are families who don't meet that threshold. So that threshold is actually lower than the income threshold to qualify for free or reduced lunch. So for families that are above that threshold, but still under the national federal guideline, there's an additional form that they need to fill out. And having that classification also gives them access to other services, oftentimes scholarships. There are certain grants available, things like that. So while we have seen a slight decrease in the number of families who submit an FRL application, most of our students who qualify for free reduced lunch are direct certs. And so the implementation of universal free meals has not impacted that.
Thank you. Okay. I could have answered, but you're much more succinct. Jackie.
Are we funding all of these? Are these like sponsored?
These are all funded. These are all funded. So it's a compilation of learning loss recovery funds, LCAP dollars, educator effectiveness grant money, school force PD money. Not general fund. But yes, they are.
Well, technically they are all.
They are, I mean, ultimately.
But to be clear.
We are being smart and strategic with our one-time pots of money and figuring out what qualifies so we can use that and, maintain our budgets. It's important to be solvent. The LCAP process is she has to submit a 3-year budget.
To be solvent.
To the county.
Is the orchestra camp something you do every summer?
We started it so post-pandemic, I started, I think before I came, I don't think there was ever general ed summer school. And I didn't start it until a couple years after being here, but orchestra and band camp, music camp, we started right after the pandemic coming out of hybrid, because we wanted to make sure kids who either didn't get to come on campus or, just didn't quite get the same experience learning online had in-person instruction and some intensive, there's not only the instructional piece, but there's also the fun component of playing with an ensemble that you just can't mimic online. We started it then to help them prepare for middle school. Okay, and the final slide. This one's really fun. In line with all of our celebrations, March is also Disability Awareness Month, and special programs is part of our Ed Services department. We are constantly thinking and planning for all of our students, including our students with disabilities. So I just wanted to put that out there, that in addition to Women's History, Disability Awareness Month is also March.
Thank you.
So that is it for Ed Services.
Thank you.
Lots of other things we're working on, but I thought those were the salient items that you'd care about.
Thank you, Chick.
Thanks, CP. Okay. Super fun insolvency. No, I'm sorry. Item number 15, interim fiscal solvency.
Saving the best for last. I think everyone's most excited about, right?
Love.
Because you haven't heard from me enough tonight. The second interim fiscal solvency report. So unlike the previous two informational items, this is up for action. So budget overview. I always like to use this to kind of place things in context. So second interim covers is a report out on everything as of end of January. But it's the report out in March because it takes some time to kind of close that out and report on kind of what we're seeing this year. And we're kind of just in implementation mode going forward. But with this, there's a 3-year look because in January, we received a state budget preview. So that's, our first indication of what we think our revenues will be next year. And that's when we start identify our potential expenses. We get a much more substantive update in May. And so that'll be our next update to then adjust our budget in time for July 1 adoption. So that's where we are in the timeline. So the first part of this will be focused on kind of this year. So what we're seeing in terms of actuals, what we're projecting for end of year, and then I'll go a little bit into kind of what we're seeing for next year. So changes in revenue. So here you see what our original budget was. The board approved operating budget, column B is what first interim was, and then actuals to date is, literally what's in the door, and then projected years totals are now our second interim. So broadly, you see that, so our LCFF sources, We had an increase from original to first interim, no increase since then. And that increase was the increase in supplemental taxes, which we've talked about before. So that's that main difference. I will note, you'll see there's a funny situation here where our actuals are a little bit higher. It's due to a funny cash flow situation where the state gives us money and we have to pay them back. So that's why normally you never want to see that your actuals are higher than your projected, but there's a cash flow release that I could send you, and that's why our actuals are higher than our projected. Federal revenue went up very slightly with kind of just trickling in cash flow wise of some ESSER funding. And then the other state revenue, again, the top line with our revenues is no significant changes since first interim. So that increase in other state was due to a couple of the grants that Ching-Pei mentioned, such as our learning loss recovery grants. For ELOP, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, they did increase that underfunded mandate. So to provide the 200 days of instruction, they previously gave us $600 per student to provide aftercare for 180 days in summer school. They now give us $2,000 per student, which is an increase. And as you might guess, still not enough to cover 180 days of childcare or of after school instruction plus 30 days of summer school instruction. On the expenses, so initially our board approved our budget had us deficit spending by about $1 million this year, right? Revenues of 54 million and expenses of 55. And so once we started seeing some of that increase come through on the states, we were able to increase some of our expenditures around book supplies and services to kind of meet a lot of the needs that Assistant Superintendent Hu had mentioned. So overall, in a good position this year. Looking forward to next year. So the January governor's budget summary. Broadly speaking, the governor's budget is focused on maintaining programs where possible while trimming others. The revenue forecast is that it'll be $29.5 billion lower than what the enacted budget for 22-23. Statewide, this covers kind of everything. And kind of as COVID-19 crisis is receding, there's more attention brought to things like homelessness, housing, extreme weather.
I was waiting for that.
It is a thing that we are hit with statewide. The broad overview from kind of legislative analysts and School Services of California, which is kind of the authority that we look to for interpretation of the governor's budget, is that it is, and I quote, precariously balanced, and that a change in the economic forecast could require more difficult decisions at the May revisions. Some of the stuff I mentioned earlier, the TK bond probably going to go down a little bit, things like that. So we're definitely, looking at, we're eagerly anticipating kind of what comes out in the May revise. Key priorities from the governor's budget. So maintaining a purchasing power of LCFF takes center stage. He is committed to funding the cost of living adjustment, though there's some indication from the legislature that they may not support fully funding a COLA. So this would be a situation where they would acknowledge there's a cost of living increase, but then they would say, sorry, we're not funding the cost of living increase and the cost of inflation. Governor Newsom also remains committed to key priorities around TK and expanded learning. So we get that additional grant for learning loss mitigation. For this year, there was a small grant for TK implementation. So specifically understanding that there's different credentialing requirements, right? A little bit of a couple $100,000 to support that. And as always, the budget is very focused on educational equity. And so there's been a lot of increases to that supplemental and concentration funding for those schools. And then there's a quote sweep of funding for arts and music instruction. And so even prior to the passage of Prop 28, there was a arts and music. All CBOs and districts are that why you haven't seen where that arts and music block grant is going is because there's a provision in Prop 28 that it has to be supplemental, not supplanting. And so we're kind of waiting on the guidance around Prop 28 before spending the block grants to make sure that we're not using one-time funds for something and then having to commit additional funds to something on top of that. So there's a lot of audit guidelines being waited on. Sorry, the camera. Okay. This is a slide straight from the School Services of California January budget, which presentation, which is that there's a number of issues that LEAs like us are dealing with that are not explicitly addressed in the governor's budget. So the governor's budget addresses one-time funding, it addresses cost of living. It doesn't address employee recruitment, which, as we know, is an issue. Collective bargaining, which we are headed into. Program expansion and implementation. Plan completion and spending deadlines. So on the spending deadlines, that's something that we've been aware of for the last couple of years. We're certainly not planning to lose any use it or lose it funding. But on the others, certainly things like underfunded mandates are still on our minds and collective bargaining, of course, as we're heading into that. So multi-year overview. We are still 3 years out, fiscally solvent. So over here through the green is our revenue, the red is our expenses. Again, we have this funny zigzag here is due to a lot of the one-time funding. Then we've got over here, we got the slight bump due to our increase in supplemental taxes, which goes away next year, which we anticipate then flows us back into community funded the year before that or the year after that. The important thing that I will note is in this increase here, there is no salary COLA built in to these assumptions. So definitely expect that red expenses line to shift. We're also assuming relatively consistent use of supplies and services. So, just like a small year-on-year cost of COLA built in, but we're not, building in kind of major assumptions of increases there, and then continue our current staffing levels. So those are the big assumptions built in here. Yep.
Is that a cumulative chart or is that a year? Is it, for example, 55 million in revenue in 2021?
Mm-hmm.
Is that's the year, that's the yearly budget, right?
That was how much money we received in 2020. What do you mean by?
So it's a receiving, it's not a cumulative.
It's not our reserve balance,
right.
But it is how much we received that year. Yep.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing. I pulled up the calculator. It's like 54% increase in budget on this graph. From 42 million up to 64 million that's a lot. I mean, it's a huge change over, just what, 8 years or whatever that is.
Yeah.
We hold the questions at the end. We've only got a couple more slides and we can come back because great observations, but.
And then finally, so the majority of our funds fall within general fund, which is Fund 1. So a quick summary of our other funds. So we have our cafeteria fund. The thing that I would point out there is that we had a balance last year because we were able to charge our staffing. We moved our staffing to the general fund because that counted as other nutrition services in some of our COVID specific grants. So that's why we had a balance from last year. But this year, when we look at our revenue and expenses, we are kind of net is, about $1 million short when we look at revenue and expenses. And so we do have an ending balance because all our fund balances have to be positive, but that's after we bring over a transfer from the general fund to basically subsidize that. And then we have 3 facilities funds. So Fund 21, this is our bond. So the 9.8 million I keep referring to, that's where it lives. We have $0 in expenses there right now because we have not hired anyone to do anything with our bond funds yet. And then Fund 25 and 35 are school facilities. They just have slightly different revenue sources. One's from developer fees. And that goes towards, there's a couple of, small kind of facilities related items that go into there, but no major expenses there, but kind of just showing our balance. And then for our process. So as I mentioned in the initial timeline, now is when we're starting to identify expenses for next year. So March and April, we're doing our budget meetings with principals and department heads. April through June, we have negotiations scheduled. May, we're anticipating receiving the governor's revised budget. And that's also for the May board meeting when we'll have our LCAP and budget public hearings. And then the June 15th board meeting will be our 23-24 budget adoption. And with that, I will questions.
Crazy.
So before, I think there was a slide where you had a 3 million net deficit for this year in actuals. Maybe it was like, if you go back a few, right? That's yes, that's right. Mm-hmm. So you have operating budget of 58, but no, there was something like where it was like 55 in revenue, but 58 in In expenses, yeah, that's
Original budget.
That's original versus now. So we are going to have a surplus from this year because of that, the one-time state funds that ended up coming
so
in.
it ends up being a surplus.
Correct.
Because if you look at, okay. So because if you look at the board approved budget of expenses, that's 58, but if you're only bringing in revenue.
So originally in column A here, we had
Yep.
55 of expenses and 54 of revenue. So that would have been deficits many by about $1 million. We're now at 63 to 58.
Oh, okay. And you had just mentioned that something that in passing, unless I misunderstood, that some of that on the MYP, or somewhere you said that the TK bond might be affected by a governor revision.
So that was, so the governor's budget includes all state expenses.
Right.
And so one of those things that the governor puts budget towards is a bond specific of state facilities to help school districts. So he announces a certain pot of money and he says, school districts, if you put in $1 million, I'll match you $1 million to make facilities cheaper. We're anticipating that pot to go down. One of many reasons why we don't anticipate getting any funding from the state.
Okay.
It doesn't affect the bond that we have.
That's what I was, because I assumed that 9 point, that was already.
It is quite literally cash in our bank.
In the bank, right, okay. Right, okay.
Yeah.
That's what I just wanted to confirm. I interpreted that as our
No, so.
construction.
No. Yeah, and that's something we can thank our predecessors for in that, in that last bond authorization, they said, we don't need to spend this 10 million, it's authorized, you can issue it at any time. So we're grateful for that because I think without that, we would be looking at, this like 1.3 million between our facilities funds, and who knows if we would get anything from the state to try to figure out TK. So definitely thankful for that. But our $9.8 million is sold, and again, literal cash in hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments?
No, thank you.
Yeah, sure. Man, this is a good one. The Fund 13.
Yes.
The net negative is that 1 million?
Yeah.
What potential strategies are there for improving our costs around cafeteria?
Great question. So our revenue there, so we're currently basically paying our reimbursement rate, right? So every meal, so we're just breaking even on the cost of meals that are picked up, which means that where we run a deficit is, first of all, staffing. And the second of all, meals that are ordered but not picked up, because we currently run a system where parents have to order 2 weeks in advance. And then if their student does not pick up that meal, then we don't get reimbursement for it. So we're currently piloting at Sandpiper and at Ralston, moving to a more traditional cafeteria model, which is where we order some number that we have a lot of data from the last year about volume. And there would be no pre-orders, and students kind of go through and they, take whatever they like. And then we do that. And so there's a couple of advantages to that. It allows us to cut down on that food waste, which was running us about $1,000 a day. So we're very optimistic about that as a way to cut down on food waste and cost. I think it's really a win-win. And those pilots are going pretty smoothly right now. There's obviously some implementation challenge, there's a little bit of teaching students a different routine. But our Principal Higgins actually brought me into one of her 3rd grade classrooms when I was helping out on the first day, and everyone, they have this system where they have a card, and they said, we love this new system so much more. When I was at Ralston doing breakfast, there were a couple students who came in unprompted, and it was the first day they did this. They said, we like this so much better because they now don't have to keep track of a ticket, right? Previously, Joey comes, he has a ticket and he has to get the chicken nugget. And if he loses his ticket, we have to write down his name. So the system is also allowing us to get through the lines faster as well. So that's one way. Staffing is staffing. And so I think the other lever would be, is there a way for us to get food for cheaper? And to that end, a couple of things. One, we are going out for an RFP this year for our food vendor. I will say 5 school districts in San Mateo County went out for an RFP last year. All of them received 1 bid. So I would not hold that as a big things might be changing. We are trying to understand the possibility of moving eventually to in-house. Like I think school districts who cook in-house tend to be able to have a little more levers and are able to cover their staffing costs when they're sourcing their own food and cooking their own food. That is not something that would be possible without another fund. We don't have the literal facilities to do it. So while that is something we're certainly exploring, like timeline wise, want to be realistic that that's a 3 to 5 year out sort of thing. But still very much worth exploring because otherwise we're looking at running $1 million deficit 6 years out too,
Yeah.
Question is some of that $1 million, some of the initial costs for buying refrigerators and equipment that were already purchased that we don't?
We actually ended up receiving a decent number of grants for that, both from the state and locally. Second Harvest gave us a grant for some of that as well. So we're largely covered in some of those implementation costs. Yeah.
And if we're going to reduce the cost, we don't have to reduce the quality.
That's definitely how reducing costs work.
Yeah, can't do both, right?
Sloppy Joe day every day.
I remember Sloppy Joe.
So awesome. Any other questions or comments on this item? This item is up for action. Any motions? It's basically you read the recommendation as a motion.
I move that the board approves the second interim fiscal solvency report for 2022-23 and certify that the BRSSD will be able to meet its financial obligations through June 30th, 2025 as presented.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The vote is unanimous. Okay. Right, item number 16. Peace out, suckers. That means because we are on to future board agenda items.
Yes, so this item is just a preview of upcoming and opportunity for a board to suggest additional items. Board retreat is scheduled for April 3rd. Our primary item at that meeting is the strategic plan, going deep, making sure that we are ready to move forward with approval in May, June timeframe. Secondary topics, if we time permitting, I don't know that there really will be, there's been requests for equity. I have like 3 of them. Governance, equity, governance, and and a strategic plan.
At one point, we were talking about the district votes, right? Districting, but I think that you guys have utilized that pretty well.
Yeah.
I felt like the last board update provided
That's
a
right.
fairly comprehensive plan around how we're going to meet that. So to me, that's off the table.
I'm sorry, on the April 3rd meeting, I know our board retreats tend to have full agendas that expand, so I'm more leaning towards focusing on the strategic plan as maybe the only topic. If the other ones aren't as urgent, because that deserves our full attention as much as we can give to it, so.
Well, and the ones that brought up are also super important too, right? So you don't want to like short shrift those. In particular, equity, I think, is one of those ones that you don't want to like just superficially cover, because you really have to get the strategic plan done, which sets up so many other things, you know. If I had my druthers, we'd do all of those things, but we can only do so much with the time that we have, and we can't. While we can do many things well, we can't do everything well if we try to do everything. So.
I will over plan for the meeting like I traditionally do. And I will plan a couple of things that might pick multiple topics and that I can adjust depending on how much time. And then April 20th, aside from the typicals, Redwood Shores will be presenting. We'll have credential waivers and declaration of need from HR. Ed services update with spring data. Facilities update, that's an ongoing one. And then we'll be starting our Voting Rights Act by district election information.
And I would like to propose that we discuss TK for 23-24 at the April 20th meeting as a discussion and action item.
What happens next? Does it need to be second?
There,
No, it doesn't need to be second.
Well, typically you want two board members to. But anyway, but anyway,
Be seconded at this meeting.
no.
but is it on the agenda, or does somebody else have to say that they want it to be on the agenda for it to get on the agenda?
So looking at our board bylaws, I'm going to pull those up really quick. I believe our board bylaws state that any board member or member of the public may request that a matter within the jurisdiction of the board be agendized. The request shall be submitted in writing to the superintendent or designee with supporting documents or information. The board president and superintendent shall decide whether the request from the board member or the public is within the subject matter and whether or not it's on the agenda, and I'm paraphrasing, shall respond accordingly. If the board president and superintendent deny a request to place an item on the agenda, the board member request the board to take action to determine whether the item shall be placed on the agenda. That's our board bylaws.
So there's a process.
Sam, could I ask you a clarifying question?
Oh, I was going to go on to the CBRA thing. I had a different topic.
Were you going down the lines of you're saying if two people say they want it to be on the agenda, then it should be on the agenda? Two of the board members?
That's my understanding, and usually the president is the second one. I mean, because as Superintendent Agora had mentioned, I mean, I think that's my understanding of the rules usually. And then I remember years ago, we talked about it. We also ask, is it going to take significant time for the district to work on? And that's another factor on whether it will be on the agenda or not.
And you're also not allowed to have serial meetings about these kinds of things outside of the board.
Yeah.
Or outside of the regular meeting.
I understand. I appreciate that. And then that's part of why I think it's valuable for us to do it at the public meeting so that we can have the discussion and not be doing anything that's a serial meeting. And I feel like a couple of things. One is I feel like if we're on the board, we shouldn't have to submit a request in writing 10 days in advance for something to be on the agenda. I feel like that should be something that we can talk about at the previous meeting. But if I do have to follow that process and then the response is a no, then that pushes this discussion until May. And I don't think that serves the community.
Duly noted. There are board bylaws, there is a process.
But I believe that your board bylaw of the submitting 10 days in advance, I believe that's separate to board members bringing up an agenda item.
So I will go back and I will share board bylaws. That's really the only thing that we can go from. I'll make sure that I'm highlighting the salient points. I pulled it up pretty quickly to make sure that we're in line, and we'll follow that policy. And if there's a need to change a board bylaw, that is determined by the board. So I'll work specifically with you.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that's it for item 16.
I was just had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
CBRA, are we considering that an action item then?
Yes, it will be an action item. Part of the process will be to refresh the board. Actually, it was a year and a half ago. It was a while ago that we had the overview. They'll present the same overview. So the current board is all on the same page. The first step is developing a resolution to move forward with that process. We will have a draft of that resolution for approval.
Yeah, any information you can provide in advance just to prepare us for the discussion would be Since it's kind of short time frame, yeah.
Okay, any other discussion on this agenda item? Seeing none, we are going to move to closed for a few minutes, not a long period of time, I hope. At 10:04.
And no report on opposed.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for your time, your participation.